Okay, I think we're all good. Hopefully my microphone is working. Praise be the spiral. Okay, thank you to Sinlau and Andy Magic Knight for the hosts. And thank you, Adrian T. Jones, for the follow as well. Welcome along tonight, guys, on this most spirulous of nights. Let me try and just organize my windows a little bit up here. There we go. Right, I've got lots of booze tonight. I'm totally going to be sick tomorrow. I've got such an arrangement of drinks tonight. So I've got Captain Morgan's little mojitos in cans. Taste nothing like mojitos, but they're nice anyway. I've got my Copperberg, and I've got my Dark Horse Chardonnay. I don't think I've had this one before, so I'm kind of looking forward to drinking this. And I used all my red wine in my tea, so got yourself pick and mix for the occasion, or Candy King. Yeah, I think we have Candy King here as well, but we still call it pick and mix. That annoying chicken song will get skipped. That's possibly the worst song ever. Okay, so before we start with the game, I'm going to just explain what's going to happen tonight. So just before midnight, or just round about midnight, I'm going to stop taking entries. You have up until midnight to keep entering the contest. At that point, I'm going to take a break for 5 minutes while I just sort through the entries and make sure I've got verify that they're all valid in terms of drawing the correct spiral. I think they are. I've checked most of them, I'm sure, but I'll double check anyway, just in case there's any late entries, and order them and work out what the top 5 is. And then after the break, we'll go through the top 5 entries, through the code and through the tricks that have been done. I'll do my best to explain. There's a lot of tricks in there, and some of it I still don't quite understand how it works at the moment. So that's in my way. Where can I put that? I can stay there for now. It's fine. Culminating in the winner. So we'll work our way backwards like a top 5, starting at 5, going down to 1, right down to the winner. Do I have time to start coding my own version? I mean, that's one hell of a challenge. But yeah, sure, go for it. Hey, Amok as well. And I've got a little surprise tonight as well. So I have the Nexus 4, which is the older version of the board. I have the A7, which I got in the post a couple of days ago. And I've got another A7, which was donated by 5 Sprites. And this is all just January's. Actually, no, sorry, it's January and February's prizes. So I actually have 3 prizes to give in 2 months. And the only reason it's February's as well is because I have February's ready to go and order. So I actually have 4 boards. I have 3 in my possession and a 4th about to be ordered, but I'm holding back on pressing it until I find out who wins tonight. Because if you win and you're in America, you're probably going to get the board directly sent to you rather than through me, which means unfortunately you won't get one of these unless you ask me to send you one, the printed cases for it. But you will get it better, and you will get it without any customs charges or anything. So that is kind of a bonus there. Otherwise, you would expect custom charges and huge delays as well. But on that note, I'm actually going to award 2 boards tonight. So not 1 but 2 boards. So the first 2 positions are going to win one of these Nexus A7 boards. I've decided what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep the older Nexus 4 board for myself, as a way of just testing things on the older board, and I'm going to give away 2 of these tonight. So I'm going to give away the one that was already scheduled for tonight, and the one that 5 Sprite kindly donated to the channel. So there are 2 boards to win tonight. Dog ate my spiral, but it was 47 bytes. It's true. When it comes out the other end, it will be a spiral. It's absolutely true. That's gross. I can't believe I just said that. Now I'm thinking of a dog making spirals. Ugh. Uh, thank you very much, Emma, for the bits. My dogs don't poo in spirals, do they not? Why we even? Let's not discuss this. But I am interested as to why not. Right. Okay. How is everybody on this fine Saturday evening anyway? Photos, if you know you're okay, you keep those. Maybe I'll make those a prize in the next giveaway. Stressed. You need to know how bad you did. Well, there's still time. You've got about just over 2 hours. Hey, Decor, welcome. So I'm gonna open up the wine. I'm gonna try this out. Hopefully, this is nice wine. I think it should be. I used all my red wine in my beef stew, so I have to drink white wine. Like literally a full bottle of red wine in the beef. Well, almost full bottle of red wine. It's like a glass left. Did I get my entry down as far as I could get? I stopped. I can't see how I could get mine any further down without changing the algorithm completely. So, okay, let's try this wine out. That's pretty nice. Oh, relevant joke as well. Well, this is quite nice. Yeah, I like this. Typical Chardonnay. Nothing amazing, nothing unbelievable, but it's there. And I'm getting. Okay, cool. So what we're going to do tonight, up until that point, up until later on when we start looking at the spirals, is we're just going to kind of work on getting some of the game levels into place. We're going to look at kind of how many levels we can cram in. We'll go through each level one at a time and just kind of tidy up any things we need to tidy up, drop them in. I'm not too fussed about the order right now. We can work that order out later. What I am interested in is how much memory these are going to take up. So how many we can fit into memory. Fingers crossed we can get quite a few in there. So let me just run the game, make sure the game's working. Always a good place to start. Just make sure that nothing has broken. In the meantime, probably need to turn the audio off. Whenever I do a recording, whenever I record directly from Vice, it turns the audio on, which is kind of annoying. But I'm surprised Steps did not ask for shimmers. Oh, that's a good point. Let me add some shillings on as well. There we go. I'll start the quizzes for you all. I'm going to put them down to 25 minutes again. I think. Well, actually, I say 25 minutes, and I go for a break, and when I come back, I press the button, and it resets to 30. But let's start with 25 minutes. I was going to say, I forgot I had something in my head I was going to say. I can't remember what it was. Damn it. All right. Never mind. It can't have been that important. Yeah, it's amazing how much the PlayStation games make this everybody here struggle. Hey, Quadrusul. It's you can tell our love is in the even more retro games. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. It looks like looks like Zelda, but it can't possibly be Zelda, not on the PlayStation. Final Fantasy game maybe or something. Okay, never heard of it. Oh, actually, yes, I have. Yes, I have. Okay, fair enough. Right. Okay. So let's start by just so it does compile. Let's have a look how much room we've got down here. Okay. So I think I looked at this last time, and it works out maybe round about 10 kilobytes of room or so for the levels. So let's start by just dropping some levels in. Let's take a look at what we've got in terms of levels first. Um, okay, so we've got 4 levels in here. So I'm going to remove these, and we're going to start from the beginning. We're gonna make recompile all the levels basically one at a time. So okay, so I have got a load of levels on my desktop. So let's start with those and then work our way through. So okay, so we've got this cement factory one. Let's just go through them in alphabetical order. And as we go through, I'm just going to tidy them up where I can and make sure they kind of meet our standards. And that will, what we'll do is we'll try and play through some in a row and see where we get to. Okay, so the first thing on this level is it mixes different styles in the background, which is not ideal. In fact, I see all 4 styles here. I don't mind the corner ones so much; they kind of look all right. Um, but the ones around, like these here, need to be changed. Um, thanks for the sub, Lounge Local. Lounge Local, I like that. Appreciated and welcome. Um, I like how Steps has gone from being the guy at the bottom of the pile with the shimmer shillings to being some kind of like crack dealer handing out the shimmer shillings to people. It's like have a some of them, have a taste of those. It's kind of funny. uh, he's gone from being the crackhead to the crack dealer. 500 AMK points. Yeah, I still haven't done that. I'm gonna write that down. I need to do that. So in fact, this is a perfect example where AMK points would be useful. Um, to award people points for entering the competition as well, because you guys have entered a lot of entries. Let me just have a count how many individual entries we've got. So 24 people have entered this so far, which is pretty damn impressive, to be honest. Right, that's right. MK points down there, and then next time I look at my pad, I can think to add them. It shouldn't take me too long to add them either. And this, oh, actually 23 because I've got a duplicate in there. So this is all just the highest counts of the people who've entered. I've not got duplicate counts in here anywhere. Actually, I've got another one there. Hang on, let me get rid of that one. Okay, so 22. But still very impressive. 22 people entering the competition is awesome. So that's really good. Okay, so in order to make this level work, we're going to need to do quite a few things. So first thing is, I think let me name the problems first. So the first problem is this mix of characters in the background. Um, it needs to be kind of one tile set if possible. So I'm gonna sort that out. Also, the fact that the background pieces, the red pieces here, are all red. They should use 2 colors ideally here. There's a few glitchy pieces here you can see down this side. You probably can't see them actually because it's a bit small, but there's a few glitchy pieces here which need fixing. These platforms don't have any white on top of them, so that's bad. That you can't have a background piece without white on top of it unless it's right at the top of the screen. And these platforms don't end correctly; they just cut off. I mean, they're cut off here as well, but it doesn't look too bad. Um, So maybe we'll come back to this one. No, let's fix it. Let's fix it. How long have I been programming? I've been programming since I was 7, to be honest. Started with basic and then moved over to assembly pretty soon after that because my compute history kind of ended up on Commodore fairly quickly, and you can't really do basic on Commodore. 10 minutes, yeah. Any tips for beginner programmers? Um, Same thing I always say: find something you want to make that's just beyond your current skill level, and just have a go at it. Um, if you have no coding experience, pick something really like the most simple of games you can think of. Um, yeah, pick a language that you will feel comfortable with. Don't actually, no, I'm not going to say don't use Python because Python is perfectly usable as a beginner language, definitely. Um, but just yeah, just do something you want to do. Don't just code out of a book. If you do something that you where you are trying to create something which is just beyond your skill level, you'll learn quite well. If your level is 0, think of the most simple game you could possibly make. It could be the bat two bats, or it could just be a bat, a ball, and 3 walls, and you just got to keep the ball up in the air, sort of thing. That's the most simple thing you can make, really. Think back to the original kind of arcade games and go for that. Is C++ a good language to focus on as a first language? No, not at all. C++, ideally, you want to learn the basics of the basics of programming languages first, because then you've got things like loops and conditions under your belt, and then you can start focusing on memory management and stuff. The thing we see is it introduces a lot of things that aren't common in many other languages, and you might end up getting bogged down by some of those concepts. So the concepts of like memory management and pointers and things like that, they will drive you mad. So I wouldn't start with that. If you want to start with a C-like language, I would recommend C sharp maybe, but C sharp's probably a little bit overkill for your first language. I don't know. There's a lot of good languages to start with, but Python is probably the best bet. It seems to be the most common with beginners. So um, just be warned that Python will teach you it will teach you the concepts of coding, but your syntax will be different to other languages that you look at. So, and it will annoy you. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. So, hey, Five Sprites. Hey, Zork as well. Starting COBOL. All right, let's tidy this up. So first of all, we're gonna just fix the broken bits in the level. So these need white bits on top of them. So let's go with consistency. Let's have a look at the tile sets. So you can see these areas are inconsistent. These are wrong. The areas that have been blacked out. So let's make it consistent. So let's put these platforms in like so, which means that goes there like that. And then we need the under pieces like this. Need a piece for that corner there. Now I'm not sure what should go here. That kind of works okay. There we go. I'm not sure why that hangs over like that. I think it's to do with it's to do because it's this it's the Mario cement level. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to ever so slightly adjust this level so that it keeps with the kind of theme of that level, which is that these are separate platforms, and then I'm going to put these separate platforms like this. Right, there we go. So that's those. I need to do one on this side as well. That's the wrong piece. Praise be the spiral. Sorry, I have to say that now and again, or else I get my spiral certificate revoked. Oops. Bollocks plus plus. JS is hard. JS is pretty easy. The only problem with JS is that there are so many bad habits to pick up in JS, and unfortunately, a lot of the coders have those bad habits. A lot of the good coders have those bad habits. So you can very easily get into a situation where you're learning really bad things, and you don't even know about it. So uh, I like JavaScript. It's what I use for quite a lot of stuff. Would I recommend it to a beginner? Probably not. I just think it's a little bit kind of untidy in places. Done well, it can be very good, but it's very easy to write bad JavaScript, and that's where you will have lots of issues. Actually, I think I'm going to leave these corner pieces in because they do kind of work on this level, so it's not too bad. Thanks for the gift sub to Zork, and it very much appreciated. And cheers. I did not know that. It's Spanish people translate C++ into C++. That's kind of funny. It kind of makes sense, I guess, in a way, but I never realized that. That's kind of cool. The mouse is the rat. Oh my god. That's brilliant. That is brilliant. The first bad habit in JS is using JS. Yes, I cannot diss JS too much because I do use JS for a lot of stuff. And once you start using Node and things, it really kind of comes into its own, and it's really good. I think browser JS is horrible. I absolutely detest browser JS, just because it's partly JS's fault for trying to keep backwards compatibility with stuff from like the late 80s. But also it's also kind of the fault of the browsers for chopping and changing their mind all the time, and doing things randomly with the specs. And I am looking kind of directly at Apple here and Safari. They seem to take their own interpretation of what the HTML spec means. So he's one of those JS programs who used it more than you think. Oh no, I do use it a lot. I use JS for loads of stuff because it's what I know more than anything else. I know JS way more than I know anything else. And it's easy for me to pick it up and do pretty much anything I want in it. So be that a back end piece of work, front end piece of work, a desktop application, mobile application, I can do pretty much anything I want to in it. So let's do an on-stream competition tonight. Are you mad, Five Sprites? Come up with something, I'll send you another Digilant board. An on-stream competition. I have no idea. I have no idea. Tonight only. Okay. Oh God, I don't know. That's really put me on the spot. That. Let me have a think while I color this in. On stream competition. Do you mean like a coding competition or something? Okay, let's sort the colors out on here. So what color was whatever you like. Oh wow, I don't know. If anybody's got any ideas and wants to sit out the competition, please send me a private message, and I'll pick pick one. So if you can think of a competition, as Five Sprites said, for to be done during the stream, and I will biggest idiot silliest post, something fun. Yeah, just any idea you can think of, send me a private message, and I will do it. I'm gonna have a think as well. To win another board, Five Sprites is Five Sprites must be insane because he's giving us another A7 board. So all praise the Spiral and all praise Five Sprites. Let me just get these colours right on here. I'm trying to think now. You've got me thinking. I think yellow looks a bit wrong. Red and green kind of looks okay. Red and blue. Actually, red and blue. Let's go red and blue. Yeah, it's actually let me yes, I'll tell you what we'll do. So everybody that's entered tonight, so I'm gonna give these away to the first two on the board, and then everybody else who's entered will do a competition for the remaining people on the board. So either we could pick one at random, or we could ask a question, or we could get you all to send something. Can't stop thinking about this now. Here we go. Oh, so I've just got an entry from Old School Coder as well. Let me just save that one. Thank you, Old School Coder. Sending a nude photo, smallest wins. So the boards, I mean, they're used for all sorts of kind of projects and stuff, but they have the nice little ability to emulate not emulate, but run the Mega 65 core. So that's what I'm doing with them. I'm installing the Mega 65 core on an SD card in them, and shipping them out to people. So the Spiral thing requires a programming entry. Yeah, see, that's the other thing as well. I don't want to. I'll tell you what, it's quite simple. Let's make it really, really simple. Okay. If you go into I'm trying to think actually, how can we utilize this? Apologies for any scratch. I haven't noticed anything on it anyway. I don't know. I can't actually remember which one it is now because I've opened both of them. So I think it's probably that one. Looks absolutely fine to me. So okay. Send to me via private message on Discord. Hopefully everybody has my Discord. A smallest fizzbuzz. That's not a bad idea, Spectrum. But I think this is even simpler. I don't want to distract people too much from the stream, so I'm going to make it really simple. If you want to win one more of these, send me a private message on Discord telling me why I should give one to you. The answers can be funny. They can be whatever you want. Just give me a reason why you should win the Nexus A7 board. And then shortly after we've announced the winner of the first two, I'll have a quick read through some of the entries, and I'll pick 3 out of them, and then we'll do a vote, we'll do a poll on stream for who should win out of those 3. Nice and simple. You can be as funny as you want. You can tell me what you're technically going to do with it. Anything you want. I think that is kind of. I mean, it sounds like a Saturday morning kids show, doesn't it, to do to do that sort of thing? But yeah, let's do it that way. I think that's kind of. I think that will work, and hopefully we'll get lots of people give me some amazing reasons why you're going to do it. Here's one I destroyed earlier. So yeah, just send it me on Discord. Yeah, Steps has posted the link there. Just click on my name, send it me in there. Don't send it in the giveaway channel or anything. Um, just send it directly to me, and then after midnight, we'll go through the winners of the spiral competition, and then I'll pick my favorite three responses. And I'll put them into the channel. What I will do is not tell you what who sent the three responses. I will just do a poll on my favorite three, and you guys can pick them as well. And thank you very much, Five Sprites. All praise Five Sprites. He is purely blessed of the spiral. You're an absolute star. You're an absolute star. No. Your place in the spiral afterlife is in the after spiral is confirmed. Uh, yeah, the thing is really good, and the Mega 65 is a really good use for it. But yeah, I mean, if you do win this, then you know you can use it for other stuff. I will say the main reason I'm giving this away is because I want to get more people involved in the Mega 65 community. So I'm always going to favor somebody who is willing to give it a try in some way or form. So if your answers could involve the Mega 65, then even better. But I'm not going to be too harsh on it. I am going to be giving three of these away tonight. Mm, so that's pretty insane. And I will be printing off these cases as well for those who win it, and I can ship it to you. So if you do win one and you're in the US tonight, that will be shipped to you directly from Digilent. So you won't get one of these cases, unfortunately. But I can share the 3D print files with you should you want to print them yourself. Um, I'm getting a new printer on Monday because my resin printer, while it's good, is a little bit kind of too delicate to do cases like this. And my big Delta printer is kind of knackered, so I'm getting a new dual head FDM printer, so I can print in two colors at once, which is kind of cool. Um, that's trebled the Mega 65 dev base, yes, or trembled, yeah. Um, yeah, I mean it's a great board anyway. So I mean even I'm not too fussed at all with the third board. If you, as long as you make use of it, that's the main thing. What I don't want is for someone to win this and just have it sat on a shelf. That's a massive waste. But it can be used for all sorts of crazy things. It's a powerful. Just a bit concerned about the mention about the ROM license. Okay, so let me clarify that before we get on to the rest of these levels. Let me clarify that a little bit. So, in order to run the Mega 65 core on one of these, you need to basically put some files on an SD card, which I've already done on this one. Um, those files are basically the boot up files that are needed to load the bit stream onto here. So it contains the bit stream that loads onto the FPGA. Um, and also the files needed to run the Commodore 65, right? So the Mega 65 is essentially just a Commodore 65 with a few extra kind of properties to it. One of them being Mega 65 mode, which is like a super enhanced version of the C65. And in order for you to be able to run the Commodore 65, you need a ROM. You need a C65 ROM. Same way you need the C64 kernel and basic ROM when you run the C64. You need a C65 ROM enabled to be able to boot this to the ready prompt. Once you get to that ready prompt, if you want to run an assembly language program, it's just like on the C64. Once the program is running, you can turn that ROM off and you don't need it anymore, which is exactly what I do. I turn the ROM off and I no longer need the C65 ROM. In fact, I basically make that area of memory writable so it can be written over with assets. The ROMs are available online. You can find them online. I I probably shouldn't say exactly where. I think I'd be breaking some kind of rule if I told you exactly where to find them. But you can pretty easily search for C65 ROM and find it anyway. Um, and the most recent one of those will work absolutely fine to boot the system up and run basic. If you want the very, very latest changes that the Mega 65 team have done to the C65 ROM, then enhance basic and make it a little bit faster, fix a few bugs, in fact, save a little bit, it's about 50% faster. Um, and also fix a few bugs and stuff, then you do unfortunately need to be in the developer program, which you will only be in if you've got the dev kit. However, that doesn't mean you can't use it. It's perfectly usable with the C65 ROM. And in fact, I was up until maybe a couple of weeks ago, that's exactly what I was using. So if you're only interested in doing assembly language stuff on it, you don't even need to worry about it. It's super easy to do. Uh, Also, because I'm giving these away as a gift, I may be able to just put the SD card in it anyway, with that ROM on. I don't think I can give you the latest one, but I can give you the one from the net, um, without a problem. So, um, yeah, that's it really. So don't worry too much about not being able to get the latest ROM. The one that you can find online is perfectly fine. So, could devoted devs enter the dev program with these winning boards? Because devoted, they possibly could, but I don't know how licensing is worked out. That would be a question for the Mega 65 team, because I know that they're licensed to give the ROMs available with the dev kit. So it could be that you can't even join the dev program without being part of the dev kit, without owning the dev kit. I notice how the one color in the background there at the top is completely see through. um, so uh, it's possible. I guess you'd have to ask. You'd have to ask Paul about that. So, oh, I've already got some entries in. Awesome. We've got 6, 7 entries in so far. I'm not even going to look at them yet. I'm going to wait. So apologies uh, if you sent something and I haven't. If you sent something that isn't a quiz question, a quiz on answer to me, please just let me know and I will. I'll make sure that I'll make sure that I read that separate as well. And as I say, just please enter the question. Even if you don't think you do much Mega 65 stuff on it, if you think you will use the board, please enter it. It's there's so many boards to give away now. It's we can do that. So, but obviously, if you are doing a Mega 65 thing, then brilliant. Um, 5 sprites. All right, let's sort this level out. Okay, so this is kind of looking okay now. I'm not so keen on the color of the background, so let's just have a look what colors the backgrounds could be. Um, Light blue kind of looks nice because it makes it an all bluish level, blue themed. Um, going to get rid of that because it doesn't really fit in with the style. I'm going to get rid of that because it doesn't fit in with the style. Everything else kind of fits in. Um, okay, so we've got 8 enemies and then 1 power up right at the end. So this could probably do with a power up in the middle somewhere. Also, it's using every single enemy here, which I don't like the idea of. One of each enemy. Uh, People have to be on stream at 12 to win. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. I'm going to be fair with this one. So if you do win, I will try and contact you off stream. But no, I'm not gonna force everyone to be on stream. Let's make this fair. So you don't have to be on stream to win one of these if you're on the if you're on the winners list for the spiral. But you also don't have to be on the you don't have to be online to win that as well. Oh yeah, you're off to bed. Okay, good night. Or are you pulling my leg? I fall for it every time with you. I fall for it every time you. I want you to be around at midnight anyway. I want you to be around at midnight. I want those who have really spent the time on this project to see what the other entries are like and see where they could have changed things and what they may have missed. I suspect there's going to be a sigh of kind of disappointment when people realize they've missed certain tricks. Um, so that's going to be kind of funny. Okay, so yeah, so let's carry on doing this. So yeah, just a reminder, if you do want to win the third one of these, uh, which Five Sprites has kindly donated, then just send me a private message on Discord telling me why you think you deserve one. Answers can be funny, they can be technical. It really doesn't matter. I'm going to pick the 3 best answers, and then I'm going to put them up to a channel vote just after midnight once I've collated all the winners together. Hey Roysterini, and enjoy your look. He wants to laugh at me. He means, and the top 5 entries as well. I will bundle up into a zip with the source code behind them and drop them in the Discord channel as well. So with the ones we talk through tonight, the top 5 entries will go in the Discord channel as a pinned message. And if anybody wants to also upload their code, feel free to do it in the channel once the winners are entered. So getting ready to buy one at the moment on Amazon. How much are they on Amazon? That's a good point. I never actually checked there. Nexus A7. Currently on about 50T. You do need the 100T, I believe. Oh, they're expensive. Yeah, that's like £100 more than if you were to buy it from like Mouser or so. I was in my neck with that screen up there. It's not too bad. My seat goes back. But yeah, my thing is my chat is right up there. I'm literally pointing at the chat thing now, so it's kind of quite far out of the way. Is this your level? It is your level. Yeah, just tidying it up to kind of match the theme a little bit. So this looks okay. I'm gonna change the enemy list here a little bit. Because at the moment it's just got one of every enemy in it. I'm gonna make it a little bit more kind of on theme, so that when you come into the level, you know, oh, these are the enemies we're going to see here. So first thing to note is that any enemies that drop out of these pipes here, or this pipe here, is so 3 out of the 5 pipes are going to put enemies down in this bottom position. So first of all, I'm going to move these players. Actually, I'm going to move the players here like this. Oops. And I'm gonna let's get rid of all the enemies. Let's just tidy this up a little bit. Everything I want to do can be done with cheaper microcontrollers. Don't let that put you off, though, Cosmin, as well. I mean, if you want to win one, please, by all means, send me a message and enter the competition. Because there's things you can do with this and still have a Mega 65. So you could have a Mega 65 that you can play around with, even if you don't want to dev on it. You'll be able to play some of the games and stuff that people make. So please feel free to enter the competition. And what I'll do is every 15 minutes or so, I'll remind people that competition is running, and then hopefully. There'll be plenty of entries. I mean, we're up to 7 entries for the third board at the moment. The best place to get them in the UK old school coder is Mouser Electronics. It comes to you shipped from America, but there's no they absorb the customs charges. It costs around about £230, I think, for 100T. So £100 cheaper than on Amazon anyway. I'm sure somebody can find it and post a link in the chat. But yeah, I was looking at them, and the board I got, the last board I got was £230 or £240, something like that. Yeah, mouser.co.uk. Go there, type A7 100T, and you'll get that. That's where one of these has come from. So cool. All right. Yeah. So what do we need to do? Right. Okay. So we need to kind of not have too many walker enemies, because we've got 3 of these pipes pointing into the walker area. So while I am going to start it with walkers, I'm going to pick ones that jump. So I think I'm going to go for these guys instead, because these jump around a little bit. There is a fall platform here, so they will fall down onto here, but they will never land on this one, looking at it. So we need to make sure there's something to make this platform dangerous. So I'm going to put a power up in here. I'm going to put marshmallows. So I'm going to try a couple of marshmallows like so. Like that. That's what I'm going to try out. So let's save that now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to save all the edited levels into the folder now. We'll go through these one at a time, fix them up, ready for the game. Yeah, let's put them. Hang on, what is map? What is in maps? Oh, okay. I'm not going to do anything in there. So I'm going to store it in project files. This is so I'm going to put the name in, and I'm also going to put the author in as well, so that I've got a list of who's done what. And actually, I'm not going to put the map. I will put the map number in. So this is the number that I'm going to export it as. And then we'll have a quick go at seeing what we can do with this. So I'm going to use 2 digits like that. Map00.bin. Right. Okay. We add another column in here, and let's start looking at the map imports. Map data. Okay. So like this is how we're gonna import them now. So I'm gonna do 3 levels, then we're gonna go in and test them, and we'll just keep doing it like that. 3 levels at a time. I will say now that that we are doing from today onwards, I'm not going to be committing the latest code to the GitHub, because from today onwards, complete levels are going to be put into the game, and I don't want this to end up on CSDB. So fairly certain this is not going to be committed again. So maybe someone will put the Mega C65 Quarter Mister price. Yeah, going to give away 3. So these have all been paid for by stream subs and Patreon and stuff. So really thank you to you guys for supporting the channel so much over the past year and a half, 2 years, whatever it's been. Without you guys, I wouldn't be able to do these giveaways. I put 100% of the money I make from the stream back into the stream, be it through giveaways like this, buying things like Discord Nitro services and stuff like that, and also putting wine into my belly during the stream as well. So there are 2 that I'm going to give away tonight. So these are both Nexus A7s. They are worth about £240 each. I'll be giving these 2 away to the winners of the Spiral competition. And 5 Sprites is very kindly donated. One of these was donated by 5 Sprites as well. And 5 Sprites has kindly donated a second board, the A7 100T board. And then I'm going to give away to a third person at the end of the night. And to win that board, all you need to do is send me a message on Discord telling me why you think you should deserve the board. And that can be a funny answer, it can be a technical answer, it can be anything. I'm going to pick the best 3 answers, and I'm going to put them anonymously up for a vote. So they will be put into the channel labeled 1, 2, and 3. I won't tell you who sent them, and I appreciate if you kept quiet about those as well. And if you are one of the three, and then they will go up for a vote. So there you go. And they will all be pre-installed with the Mega 65 core, so you will be able to start developing for the C65, or indeed just playing stuff for the C65 as well. The reason I've done a spiral challenge is because it's going to encourage developers to get on board, and that's what we're trying to do here: is get as many developers as we can behind the Mega 65. It's a very, very exciting machine, and I think there's going to be some amazing stuff come out of it. Hopefully you guys can join in the fun and be one of those amazing devs. Okay, let's move on to the next level now. So I've done this level and I've saved it, so let's load another level. Okay, so the next level is Chucky Miner 49er. If you've made these levels, can you just let me know in the chat, because I haven't got a record of who sent me these levels. So it would be great if you could tell me who, if you have sent them, and then I can correctly attribute the I mean, I could probably find out by looking through my Discord, but it'd take me forever. So, okay, let's sort out any problems here. It doesn't look too bad. These notes are being used as some kind of decoration on the bottom of the platform, so that's fine. If I don't know who's made it, I'm just going to put XX as the name, and I'll go and find it. Hi, Pixel Peach. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. We've got more entries now. Mike has entered as well. In fact, I shouldn't say any names of who's entered. I assume Mike's entered. You don't know. I don't know. Maybe he hasn't. You know. I'm not gonna mention any names. So apologies, Mike. If your entry was secret, it's not anymore. Okay, so first things to note here is there is no symmetry across these levels. So we need to make these levels symmetrical. So that is, if you not symmetrical, sorry, the edges don't line up, so they need to line up. It might have just sent me nudes. Well, I'm not going to know until midnight, so because I'm not going to look. I'd already mentioned him, so yeah. Okay, this level is a bit problematic because that it's kind of quite a large block of stuff that needs to go over here. So let's select the right tile set. So it's tile set 3. So basically, it needs to look like this on this side. 1, 2, 3. Thank you for the follow. I love Teslas. Welcome to the stream. Let's be honest, there's no mic. Oh no. Oh no. What am I gonna see? Okay, cool. So then this needs to kind of match up there. So that now matches. But obviously it doesn't look so great now. It kind of looks a little bit odd with this piece here. So let me reorganize this. So I played this level a few times and I kind of like the difficulty of it. It is quite a difficult level. However, I think the path from the door to the switch is awful. Just getting back to the switch when you're up here is a nightmare because you have to come down here and then jump across. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave this kind of pattern the same here. I'm going to change this area a little bit. So I'm going to make this a little bit less wide. And instead I'm going to make it a little bit higher. Like so. So you have to kind of jump up to this area here. In fact, is that too high to jump? I don't. Yeah, it probably is too high to jump. Okay, let me do it a bit lower. Okay, let's do it there like that. Okay, then that means getting down to here is a bit easier. But now what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this switch and I'm going to put it here. If I can, I think I should be able to. Let me just get rid of that there. Yeah, let's just extend it a little bit. There we go. Okay, so we've got no continuous fall through. So that's the other thing you need to check for is if you start falling, will you hit something eventually? And you will here. So that's okay. Now, this just looks a bit odd on this side. So I think what I'm going to do is turn this into another kind of platform area and put a pipe on it. So I'm going to get rid of this bottom piece here. Actually, no, I like the way that's done. That's kind of nice. but I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna put it there, and I'm gonna put it there as well, and then I'm going to that maybe. Yeah, there we go. That's kind of cool. So now you've got some kind of area that you can get to. So in order to press the switch, you can easily drop down here, and then to get in through this door, you need to drop down, get across quickly. Yeah, this is a little bit easier now. As for the players, I'm going to move the players. I'm going to put the players on these platforms like that, and that feels a bit better now. I'm going to put a couple of these around as well because they are hanging off the bottom here. So I'm going to put one there, and then just a few of these dotted around the level as well. I don't know who made this level. I don't know if somebody said that they made this level or not. I don't think so. Seriously, guys, thank you for all the entries. This is really cool. Our music is louder. Yeah. Is that a little bit better? Hopefully it is. When you test the level in the LED editor, it starts fires. Do you need to fix things in code? Like, no, it should just load a built-in version. I'll demonstrate in a second with this one. So these are walking bears. So these are going to land here, here, and they're just going to walk. All of this other area is safe, which is probably not great. So I'm going to tidy these enemies up slightly as well to make it a bit trickier. So cola bottles jump off the edges. So if we look at a cola bottle that lands here, it's going to come here, down here, here, and so it's going to kind of get stuck in this area. Same with that one. This one's going to go this way and this area. Okay, so we do need something to kind of hit these parts over here because otherwise we're not hitting these at all. So in fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of the platform there like that. I'm going to make this one continuous platform like that, and then put a pipe here. And then that way we've got this platform here covered. Then the only thing that's a safe area is these bits here. And if we just add a flying enemy in or two, we should be fine. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for simple walkers here. We had the bears and a cola bottle. So I'm going to add like so. Like that. There we go. This is really kind of the last part of this game now, is just going through these. This is Chucky Mariner 49. I don't know who this is by. I'm going to have a look through the code to see if I can find it, but we're going to make it level 01. Does that tell me how many bytes it is? 701 bytes. Okay, that doesn't seem very compressed to me. Maybe I've not got the latest version here. Yeah, this is not the latest version. Okay. What I will do, Decorix, I think the version there is out of date. So what I'll do is I will build this version and get it uploaded. So let me just change that. Can't remember how to build this bloody thing there. Package dist. Okay. Just going to let that build, and then I will quickly install it and test it, and we'll I'll upload that into the pick and mix editor channel. So we've got 10 people sent me messages on there now, so that's pretty good. This is a better version of the chicken song. It's better than the one we had Thursday, whatever it was. Was it Thursday? I think it was Thursday. That was awful. I don't know who picked that, but it was terrible. A 9 from Andy. No, that's 10 separate messages. Andy's only sent me 132, so I just count that as one. It's usually one valid question and then 131 nude pictures. So. Come on, Bill. Oh, it's built. All right, let's go and check that out now. Just see if that's fine. Oops, that's the wrong one. There we go. Okay. I think I can just rename this and then drop that file in. Let me just check. I think it needs certain things in it. Okay. I don't know why it's packaged like that, but okay. So let's see how this works now. Thank you for the follow, Audacious Faris. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Right, let's try this out now on the project file. So hopefully if I export this, it still says version 1.03 there. It really shouldn't. I don't know why it says that up there. Or maybe I have to actually manually change it. Okay, that's annoying. Let me quickly do that and build it while this is that's probably what it is. Being an Electron app. Yeah, it is. It's a title up here. Okay. Okay, so let's try exporting that again. Export level 01. Let's go for this one. Export level. Okay, now let's go and check those file sizes out. Make sure they're. Actually, let me keep that window open. Just open another one. That's better. That's better. Okay. Okay. Let me drop that into the Discord as well. Let me let it build first. Let it build this new version. We'll quickly test it out. So this time, when you test level, hopefully. Okay, it's not working for me. Why is that not working? It's editor. Oop, do I want? Oh, because I've already got it open here. There we go. Maybe. I don't know. Might not be. Okay, this is where you need to go to your app data folder. And it's in app data roaming. No, app data local, sorry. Programs. Oh, so I bet nobody got that. Damn. Pick and mix editor, here it is. And then in here there is it Rumba, I think, maybe? Yeah, so you just need to change that in there to use it. So make sure you go into this folder and set it. The instructions are in the thing. I think DecOryx, you were probably already doing this anyway, so So there we go. It sets that, and then when you go to test the level, it should load up properly, and it should load to the intro screen. It's an old intro screen, but it is the intro screen, and then that means from there you can just load one player up. And you can see it there. Cool. All right. Okay, so first thing to note is that the background color doesn't work for these characters. And also we've got infinite fall throughs here because of the way these platforms are set up. Okay, that's fine. So let's go and fix that issue. So background color, let's go with the original gray. I think it was this one. And let's change these platforms down here to be one of these edge pieces. This might be enough to stop that infinite fall. If not, we just probably need to turn off those cement factory. Yeah, there we go. If not, we probably just need to turn off those marshmallows on this level. And one nice. The problem is whenever anybody wins on the gamble like that, is they go ahead and try again. They go ahead and try and win it again, and it all goes horribly wrong for them. Okay, so let's see what happens this time. I've started the wrong character here. So what we want to do is keep an eye on. No, so these are going to infinitely fall because of this infinite thing here, because they basically ignore these walls. They're only interested in the white area, so they're going to constantly fall down this gap here, which is obviously a problem for us. So I think we maybe need to get rid of those. These guys should be jumping and they're not doing. I don't know why. Let's. Oh, also that jump is a little bit awkward. Ooh, so many little things I need to fix on this, I think. So it's fine on that one, but this platform here feels a bit weird because of that. The jump is just a little bit too. Why aren't they jumping up? They should be jumping up. Oh, because they don't hit an edge. They need to hit an edge in order to jump up. So we actually want to change these for candy canes, I think. Okay, that's fine. Let's rethink this. So let's make this a candy cane level. And actually that maybe let's, for every candy cane, let's put one fly. So let's go with candy saucer candy saucer candy saucer candy. Okay, this is why you should probably test your levels as well. I mean, I am gonna okay, cool, Cosmin. I like it. Oops. What did I do here? I just did something and broke things, I think, because it's, what's that about? There we go. Okay, so it has built again. So let me just update the distribution with the latest one. So I should just be able to drop that in. Why didn't that work? What the hell? Okay. So I'm going to drop this into the channel. So pick a mix editor. I'm going to pin that to the top. Oh, it's actually let me. Is it letting me upload that to the channel? No. I thought. Oh, yeah, it does. Okay, I can upload a 50 meg file to the channel. Discord Nitro for the win. Okay, so there is a new version of the editor which should be a little bit better for those making maps. Okay, where were we at? Where were we at? Oh, that's right. We're going to export this one. Export level map 0. Okay, let me load map 1 in as well. We're going to test the first two. Oh, well, actually, let's just let's test this in the test level interface. Then we'll compile the other two and take a look at them. Okay, so this is a little bit better now. So we've got something that is going to jump around. I'm not sure why that platform colored in red. I didn't actually do anything there, so there might be a bug with that. Unless I did, maybe I threw as I jumped or something. Okay, yeah. So this seems good because it's not quite as safe anymore. Um, there is no infinite fall, which is good. Uh, I have to kind of fight to get to certain areas, which is kind of okay. I like that. Thank you for the resub, bad boy or licorice. Appreciated. To say it all goes towards more giveaways. Obviously, the more subs, the more patrons I have, then the longer we can keep these things going, and the bigger the prizes will be. This is feeling all right. I'm kind of happy with that level now. So that's just going to double check that I saved that. I'm not sure I saved it properly, so just going to save it. Let's open the Chucky Miner and give this a quick test. And once we're happy with it, we'll export that. Can you play it? I will do. I'm going to go to. I'm going to. Oh, you mean through the test thing? Sure, I'll do it on. I'll do it on this one. Ah, oh, you son of a. Oh, I should have grabbed that one. I got it just about. Oh, pooey. You can tell this is old because it's even got the old color for the characters in it. There we go. And yeah, see the door's opening fine now. So cool. How am I doing? I'm doing good. Thank you, Licorice. Doing well. Yeah, I'm really enjoying the Mega 65 challenges and stuff. So that level worked really well. Actually, I'm very pleased with that one. It was suitably difficult. It wasn't super easy. You had to actually work for it. So happy with that. So I'm going to export that out now. Compress map 01. Let's load the next one in. I'm going to take a quick break at 11, I think. So in 10 minutes. Okay, next one is Danky Kang. I think this is Andy's level actually. So this level does need a little bit of work. There's a few reasons. Firstly, it needs a bit more decoration, so it needs a few more of these dotted around. Secondly, these platforms are a bit problematic, so I'm going to take the middle ones out here like that. It kind of spoils the ladder vibe that they're doing, but it's the best way of kind of handling. Oh wow, the entries are piling up. It's kind of cool. Glad to see you're all you're all excited about this as much as I am. So Secondly, or thirdly, even the platforms need a secondary color. So I'm gonna go. I don't know what Donkey Kong is kind of. I don't know. I like the green. The green looks okay here. And then I'm gonna dot some of these musical notes around in a slightly random fashion, just to fill it out a little bit. Now, one thing to note is that these decoration pieces, if we are running out of room, we can go back through the levels and remove some of these decorations, because it's just done with run length encoding. So if we remove some of these, then the run length encoding will be able to compress better, and the levels will be a bit smaller. So it's a good idea to kind of use that later on. Okay, I'm going to make these a bit consistent. There's a little bit of an inconsistency with the levels here, with the platforms here and here. So just going to tidy that up so there's some consistency by doing that and that there and that there as well. I think the background color should be something different. The red doesn't really stick out very well on it. Or green's a bit too much. That light blue's nice. Okay, and it's all jelly beans. So jelly beans just walk on the platform that they're on. They don't go down, which is kind of all right, I guess. But let's make it a tricky level. Let's put like 5 of these in, then a power up, then 5, then a power up, then 5 again, then power up. Let's make it hard. Let's put 20 of the buggers in. So you've really got to work to get through this level. I know this level's going to be okay. I think I'm gonna save it out, and we'll test these 3 levels in the actual game now with the latest code. And if there's any bugs, we'll note them down as we go along. So this is called Donkey Kong. I'm pretty sure Andy did this. He can confirm if he did. I'm going to put it down as Andy anyway. Um, okay, and why have I got an open file there? Yeah, maybe I'll put some to it. Yeah, I don't think I've written them down, but I can describe them for you very quickly now, because the thing is, we're probably not going to have a lot of time left on this project anyway. So I'll describe them very quickly for you now. So let me just save this one out. So this guy is a flyer. He will fly, kind of basically bounce around pretty much on the level. So he will move diagonally around the level, bouncing around, flying around. Hey 6502 Kabam. The little jelly bean guy will just walk backwards and forwards on a platform. He doesn't drop down onto new platforms. Just walks backwards and forwards. The cola bottle guy is much like the jelly bean, except he will drop off edges. So if there's an edge to drop off, he will drop off. So if he lands on here, he's just going to go backwards and forwards. If he lands on this platform here, he's going to drop down onto this one here. The flying saucer basically just goes backwards and forwards. Hey, Tron6502, welcome. So he flies, but he just goes backwards and forwards with a little bit of a kind of wobble in his like a sine wave movement. The candy cane basically just jumps from position to position, so he stays still for a few seconds and then jumps in a random direction. Actually, not in a random direction. He keeps going in one direction until he hits a wall, and then he turns around. But all his movement is done with jump. He never actually walks. The marshmallow will sit in situ for a couple of seconds, then jump up into the air in a random direction and slam down somewhere else. he can go through walls as well. So any of these stripy walls he can go through, but not the white platforms. So it's good for he can go up through them, but when he lands, he'll land on them. The gumball guy is another walker. He'll walk backwards and forwards. Uh, he's a kind of like the cola bottle in that he's got a behavior when he reaches the edge. But his behavior, instead of falling down, is to jump in a direction. So if you've got a platform like this, for instance, he would walk to this edge here and then jump over to here, and jump here. He would jump again, and then he would just get stuck in this bit, walking backwards and forwards. So he's a walker. The gummy bear is exactly like the jelly bean, just walks backwards and forwards. Just a different look to him. Um, so that's it really. It's always worth trying them out on a level and seeing how you feel about it. Did I export that level? I can't remember if I exported. I did. Okay, map 02. I would say the ones that cause the most difficulty for players would be the marshmallow, because the marshmallow is very unpredictable. It will just jump up in the air and slam down somewhere, and because it can go through walls, it can be very surprising where it lands. The only problem with the marshmallow is if you have got walls like this, as we saw before, it can get into a situation where it just falls continually down this gap here, because it doesn't bounce off the walls. This candy cane guy can be a bit unpredictable as well. I mean, you can tell where he's going, but he can kind of surprise you quite a lot. And the two flyers are quite difficult as well. I'd say probably the sweet one is the most difficult of the two, because it moves over a larger area, so it can kind of show up anywhere really. So um, okay, right, that's saved. I think everything is saved in here now. So let's. Okay, so we've got three files in there now. Let's give that a try in the game. So first of all, what I want to do is see where the compressed levels come up to. At the moment, the previous three went up to 8873, so I want to see where they come up to now. Uh, oh, okay, so that should be. Okay. Oh, why is it still failing? Map. Can't open file, map compressed. Compressed. Oh, should that just be. Hang on. Sets. I says compressed. Okay, so it shouldn't have that maps in there. Yeah, all right. Oh, interesting. It takes the same amount of room up. That feels lucky, maybe, or maybe it's just because the average size is always roughly the same. So it's a happy coincidence, but still a coincidence. That's the updated. Oh, oh. Okay. Uh, was away in Discord. That's the updated level later. That should be the later. That's the one I'm using at the moment. Yeah. Okay, this is interesting. Why is that doing that? Let me try shuffling these levels around a little bit. Just want to see if it's the level data. Something's not right here. Yeah, something's wrong because it's not picking the background colors up correctly, and pipes are wrong. Things are just wrong here for some reason, and I'm not sure why. Okay. The reason things are wrong is because of this here, and it's because I've actually got these this shouldn't be compressed level data. This should be uncompressed level data, which is why it was originally just pointing to assets maps map underscore one. Okay, so the reason for this is because this is the kind of dummy data which just describes how the level should be laid out, and this is what the uncompressed level should be like. So let me just switch those two back around again. That would have been an easy way of switching them around instead of copy pasted. And then if this is working, I'm going to go for a quick break. It's interesting that the level size is the same as well. Thank you for the follow, X Blip Blop. I like the name. Wow, the entries are coming in thick and fast now. So we've got. I'm not even going to tell you how many there are. There's quite a few though. So it's kind of cool. Hey, there we go. All right, let's try and complete a few levels. Oh, okay, that one. And I went on a bit of a mission there. Oh, that's right. They actually, yeah, these are more unpredictable because occasionally they do this weird dive thing. They do like a dive bomb thing. Oh, you son of a. Ah, actually, this level is pretty hard. Actually, how am I going to get that one there? Okay, quick! Oh, you swine! Oh, that's the worst power up to hit before you go in. Mine got into the score panel, flying left to right. Okay, so yeah, I probably need to do another pass on the baddies as well. Is the music loud tonight? Okay, I keep knocking it down. I've knocked it down quite a bit. I just knocked it down a few more steps, but right. So and what I'm going to do, I'm just going to actually, I'm going to die, aren't I? I'm going to get a game over in a minute. Yeah. Fuck. Okay. Oh no, I've got how many lives have I got? Is there not a game over here? Have I somehow got infinite lives on? Or have I just been oh, there's an error with the cola bottle there. I'm not sure what that's about. Okay. That looks like Sprite data's being overwritten for some reason. Okay, let me note that down. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break, guys. When I come back, we'll continue on with this. I'm going to press that to pause it. I'm going to take a quick break for 5 minutes, and then when I come back, we'll continue on with the level stuff. Just trying to find all the right buttons in my panel. There we go. Right, back in 5, guys. Be right back. Right, I'm back. I just had to read through some of the entries, so I didn't have to read quite as much later on. So that's why it took a bit longer than normal. Some really nice entries in there as well, guys. It's going to be difficult to pick 3 out of that lot, but I'll do my best. But for now, let's carry on. We've got about another 50 minutes until we go through the spirals, and that will probably take I think maybe half an hour to 45 minutes to go through the spirals and the methods being used, and then we'll pick we'll pick a winner with a poll for the last section. But seriously, guys, some really cool entries in there. It's good, nice to see. Okay, so we've got some sprite glitches. It was definitely some glitches here because that turned into a jelly bean. I think I had trouble with this level last time. I'm not sure why, but this level seems to be problematic. Oh, yeah, there's weird stuff going on. I don't know what I've done, but I feel like there's strange things afoot. Can't quite. Oh god, damn it! It's so hard. It takes 45 minutes to scroll through your code. It's not hard, pick mine. So one of the reasons I'm going to wait to do the yeah, god, yeah, there's some sprite corruption here. I don't know what is going on, but some of the sprites are messed up. So the sprites are all up in upper memory. I don't know why they would be getting corrupted. But there's a car full of youths outside, and it's really doing my head in. It's got the music blaring and the beeping the horns and everything. It's just very annoying. I can tell I'm getting old because I call them the youth or youth with an F. Sprite corruption. I'm going to try running it again because I'm not sure what's going on there. There's something a little bit odd happening. Clear there, they understand. Yeah, exactly. Um, I think they made some TikTok fucks about. Oh, for God's sake, man. I just I hate the whole attitude towards it. It's so fucking stupid. If they were more they gave a shit a little bit more, we probably wouldn't be in so much of a mess right now. It's because of the kind of blasé attitude that a lot of them have got that we're in the mess that we're in, with the ridiculous amount of kind of cases. And yeah, I can hear them shouting out the side now. They're annoying me. I mean, I could be a complete arsehole and report them. I'm sure they would get fined for being outside, but I'm not. I'm not that much of an arsehole. I really should. Okay, so this level seems fine, but then when I go on this next level, things seem to go to pot for some reason. It's Camden big. Relatively big, yeah. To be fair, I'm on the outskirts of Camden, so we tend not to get the usual crowds that you would get in Camden. Um, but we're on a conveniently quiet street, which people like to kind of park up on and roll their spliffs and smoke their weed and such. Okay, there's a problem up here. That's one problem, so I'm going to fix that, which is that this platform here, um, because the pipe is touching the ground, they just drop through. So that's one thing I need to fix here. Question is, can I get through this level without dying? There is a serious sprite bug there. I don't know what is going on there. Oh man. See what is going on? There's something weird going on because like okay, I'm gonna swap so we know this level is fine, so I'm gonna swap this one out now. Just put the map one in. So and I'm just gonna put the maps that should be in their places here. So let me check this level. So I'm gonna make a list of levels that work here. So 0 is working. Maybe we just have to drop some levels because they do strange things, and this is one that seems to be doing some very odd things indeed. So before I go into that, I'm just gonna load it up in here and do some fixes. Maybe it's to do with the way these levels are doing strange things. So up here, you see this platform here causes things to drop right through because of where the pipe is. So I'm going to lower it down a little bit, which means I need to put the pipe a bit higher up. The door, yeah, the door. Sorry. It could just be because the next level is loading in and it destroys the thing. I don't know. So need to need to work that out. It could be that we've got a nice bug to get our teeth stuck into on the next stream. It could just be that this one level in particular causes weird bugs. Don't know yet. Let's find out. So we're going to load the Danky Kang level first and go through that. Oh yeah, the other thing with these beans is they run towards you. If they're walking towards you and you're in range, they will run. Which makes them a bit of a menace. So I think your best bet is to stay up here as much as possible. And only venture down when you've got no choice but to go down to pick stuff up. Because see, this level doesn't seem to have a problem, but this is the first level loaded. It could be due to the it could be due to the second level load or something. Okay, so now I've got 5 down here, so I definitely do need to go down here. Oh, fucker. Obviously, the crown won't be there as well in one player. That's another thing I need to turn off. It's just a temporary thing here. Okay, so this level seemed to work perfectly fine. No issues with it. It's actually not that simple a level, so... I'm closer to Holborn than Camden. What? But, oh. Never mind. Damn, I fall for your trolls most of the time. It's kind of annoying. I like Holborn. It's where Holborn begins. There's a McDonald's. That's a sorry. I have been considering moving to outside London to save money. Because it's damn expensive, let's be honest. Yeah, look, there, the Sprite corruption is there again. Okay, so now what I'm going to do in that case is I'm going to try I'm just going to try doing the same level over again. So we've confirmed that level 2 works. So let's just do level 1 over and over again. So I just want to see if the first time it runs, it loads the level properly. I think it probably will. You missed half the conversation. Yeah, I did. Frugger. I like, yeah, Frugger. Frugger is a good one. Ooh, more entries up here as well. Okay, cool. Cool. Sorry, that's the best one I've read. Yeah, that's definitely going in. Brilliant. I'm not going to say who that is, but that's really good. Hey, AD. Hope you're doing well. You join us on quite a stream tonight. We're actually going to be giving 3 of these away tonight. So we're going to have 3 new Nexus A7 owners tonight. So the Mega 65 channel, Discord channel, is probably going to get slightly busier in the next couple of weeks. What's the Nexus A7? So this is an FPGA board that can run the Mega 65 core. So it's I'll be shipping them to at least to those in the UK or with easy kind of customs charges in a little Mega 65 custom 3D printed case. I don't know if you can see that on there with the Mega 65 stuff installed on it. It's just basically an FPGA board. You can plug a USB keyboard into it, and it will run the Mega 65 core. So if you're interested in doing Mega 65 dev, this is the best thing other than a dev kit that you can get. So that's why we're giving those away tonight. Over £600 worth we're giving away tonight, which is insane. That's beat the last giveaway. The last giveaway was about £400 worth, I think, which was the Pi 400 kits and stuff. But tonight we're giving away £600 worth. It's kind of insane. You guys are really cool. You deserve everything that we give away. So isn't Camden like cyber punks and dudes? Yeah, there there is a lot of that going on here. Let's get another wine in me. Uh, ooh, it's a risky noise to hear. And somebody's making spirals in pick and mix level editor. I like it. Uh, cool. All right. And Acmafin as well. All right, let's see if we can get this level to work. So, or if it's going to bug out here. I think it's to do with the level loading because it seems to be fine at the moment. There, everything's fine. Thanks for the gift sub to Old School Coder, Andy. Appreciated. I will try and expand the giveaway next month, so it will probably just be one board next month, just so to get this. It's kind of a one-off. Um, there's something really odd going on with this level. I can't quite work out what it is. But there's no sprite corruption now, which is at least something. But I will try and to do something additional to the challenge as well, so that there's some stuff for non-devs to kind of take part in. But if you do want to win a Nexus A7 tonight, you've got 3 chances to do so. 2 of the chances are based on the spiral. If you can make a spiral that beats everybody else's in terms of byte size, then you stand a chance to win. There's 2 up for grabs in that competition. And the third, and actually the second board that Five Sprites has donated, and the third, which is the third that we're going to give away tonight, he's donated 2 of the 3, which is really kind of him. You can win by just sending me a message on Discord, direct message on Discord, telling me why you believe you should win it. It can be funny, it can be technical. I'll be picking my 3 favorites from that, and then putting them up for vote in the channel. So even if you haven't made a spiral, you're still in with a chance tonight. Uh, okay. So there was no sprite corruption there. There was a few bugs in there, but there was no sprite corruption. But let's have a look what happens when I move on to the same level again, but being reloaded in as level 2. If we see sprite corruption here, then we know there's some issues that we need to work out. So I was seeing issues with the yeah, see, look, the cola bottle is all corrupted now. Okay, so where is the cola bottle in sprite memory? Let's have a look. I think it's one of the earlier ones, which puts it at C400. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. This area ha ha ha. I think I know why this is happening. Yes, I know why this is happening. I don't even need to look at this. It's gonna be the first 16 sprites that are gonna get corrupted here. And then they're gonna get restored. But I'm gonna take a quick look anyway. So I'm expecting the cola bottles to be the first ones in the list here. Uh, Enemies. Okay, it's here. So actually all of these and the first couple of sprites up. So here is image 16. So it's just that one sprite. So we should see one frame of corruption, which we do, and it's always when it's yeah, it is. Okay. So this would be a problem in any level that has jelly beans in it. Because every frame would be totally corrupted. Okay, so what happens is on some levels, on level transition, there's like a level copy routine, which copies some of the space here um, into space lower down in memory and then puts it back again when it's finished. The reason for this is because we want to use a double buffer system here. So I'm going to fix that now because I think, well, first of all, let me load another level into the editor. Let me find a nice simple level to start as a first level. So I'm just going to load the next one in and take a look. So we were up to Jockey Mona 49 Dunking, Eat My Acorns. Okay. Okay, this has only got 6 flying enemies in. So let's go with this one. But I'm going to put like that. There we go. This level is pretty spot on, actually. Doesn't need very much. It's got a problem here in that this is not lined up with this edge. So I think I'm going to take that section out and just round this platform off here. And then this edge here needs to match this edge here. So I'm going to change this for, sorry, not that one there, like so, and then put that piece in, sorry. So then that matches on this edge. There's no continuous fall here. Everything is matched up on these edges. There's no continuous drop through. Okay, that should be fine. All right, let me save that level. I don't know who did this one. If you did this level, please let me know. It would save me time looking through my my message history to find out who actually sent me this. I should have made a I should have made a note of who sent me all of these by name. I can find out, but having to dig through is going to be a bit painful. So, okay, so project file. So this is Eat My Acorns. I don't know who it is, so I'm just going to put XX for now, and I'm going to make this level 3. The level order will be changed at a later date, but for now it's going to be like this. Mega 65, Luna 65 Marathon. I think I will be doing that at some point using the engine that I've got. The engine that I've made now. So you probably saw I've already posted the video for this, but I did on Thursday I was doing the. Let's go from here. On Thursday I was doing the stream to add the Sprite system in, and that's all in place now. And this is what it looks like with 192 sprites running. And you can see, I mean, it's a worst case scenario. So there is a lot of raster time being used to do these 192 sprites, but this is the worst case scenario, is with 192 sprites just constantly running. There's so many sprites you can barely tell that they're individual sprites. It just looks like some big wheels rotating around. But you can imagine this for Luna is going to be really really easy to do. So with a nice parallax background as well. Super fast, lots of sprites. No need for hardware sprites at all in here, so don't need to write a multiplexer. Don't even need to use the hardware sprites, and they actually have slightly more functionality than the normal sprites. They use less memory than the normal sprites. Um, and they can be flipped horizontally as well, which the normal sprites can't be. So the Mega 65 hardware sprites are very similar to the C64 sprites. In fact, they're almost identical. They've just got a few extra graphics modes. Whereas these are character based and the characters can be flipped horizontally. So this can be used to kind of flip the sprites horizontally with an attribute, kind of like we do on the Game Boy, which means making a character that moves left and right, you only need one one direction, and then the other direction can be done with a attribute flip, which is good for memory. So they all character based. Yet everything you see here is character based. There's no bit planes here at all. There's no hardware sprites. This is all just done with character based stuff. Software sprite and a hardware sprite coding wise. So a hardware sprite will be you set some attributes somewhere in memory, and the sprite is automatically rendered to the screen for you. All you have to do is set some registers. So you set the X and Y and it draws. Can you draw a chart anywhere or only within an 8-pixel boundary? With the raster rewrite buffer, you can kind of draw it anywhere you want. Basically, what I've done is my software sprite implementation basically emulates what the hardware sprite system does. So you have 192 sprite registers, which you can set X position, X high byte, X low byte, X high byte, X Y byte, Y position, color, sprite pointer, and some attributes like whether the sprite is flipped or not. And then internally what it does is it works out for each sprite, it works out exactly which row it needs to be drawn on, how it needs to be offset, and it does all that for you behind the scenes. So with software sprites, there's a bit of processing that has to be done. But with the hardware sprites, all that processing is done automatically by the GPU, so you don't actually have much processing time. Good night, Sinlao. Thanks for joining. And that makes it kind of cool because for hardware sprites, that means you've got more room left over. But the thing with the Commodore 64 and the Commodore 65 and the Mega 65 is you still only have 8 sprites. So in order to draw more, you have to use some of that raster time to do sprite sorting. Sprite sorting doesn't need to happen in this software sprite system, and you can have up to 48 on a line as well. So you're never going to get the crazy flicker that you sometimes get when you get more than 8 sprites on a line. You can have up to 48 on a line and it won't flicker. So Call of the Spiral. Oh, remember as well, you do have this command that is going to live forever now. It's got a 3-minute cooldown, otherwise everyone would just spam it because praising the spiral is the most exciting thing you can do with your life. So I had to limit it just to rein in everybody's spiral obsessions. Does that mean the hardware sprite implementation should have been better? It's a difficult thing to say. So, in a way, you could say yes, right? The hardware sprite implementation could have been better, but what the Mega 65 does is just expand on the Commodore 65, and the Commodore 65 sprite implementation was basically just a slight expansion on the Commodore 64 one. The reason why I think it's good to leave it as it is it makes the VIC memory pretty much the same. So you can run anything that affects the VIC memory in a Mega 65 on a C64. So you take some C64 code that does stuff at D020 or D000. Anything that does that will still work on a Mega 65 because those registers have not changed. All it's done is just added more on the end. Which means 8 sprites fits perfectly. If you wanted to add more sprites, then you change the mechanics of how the sprites work. So in that sense, thanks Decor, thanks for joining. In that sense, I think I don't think it needed more sprites. The pure speed of the Mega 65 means you can still multiplex and get, I on my other projects, my tester projects for it, I've managed to get easily 64 sprites multiplexed. But you still run into that limitation on the line. Is the coding similar to 6502? It's 6502 compatible. Yeah, it's 45 GSO2. So it looks pretty much the same. Let me quickly show you what it looks like. Thanks for the bits, Fire Sprites, appreciated. And I'm going to be forever thanking you for the board donations. So I'm going to thank you again now. Yeah, it just lacks the illegal opcodes. Put it this way, most of the spirals wouldn't work because people are using illegal opcodes all over the show. But just to give you an idea, let me show you my soft sprite routine here. So this is my draw routine, and you can see it is still 6502. It's almost identical. There's a few extra commands in there. Thanks for the follow S Blue 1977. I hope that's your birth year because that's my birth year as well. So yeah, there's a few extra instructions in here. So like long branches are in now, so you don't have to invert a branch to branch more than 127. You can just do L B Q and it will do a long branch. So kind of the equivalent of doing in Z80 doing a jump relative, which is like a normal branch. So this is the equivalent of like branch if not equal, or jump, which is the equivalent of jump with a longer branch basically. So it just allows you to do long branches. You've also got this in here as well, negate, which is the same as doing your ff clear caribbean add 0 1. It's a true negation of the value rather than just a exclusive or. You've got this, which is nice, increase word. So instead of just increasing 1 byte, it increases a 16-bit value. And you've got a Z register as well. So you've got stuff around a Z register, which behaves much like the X and Y register, but it has a special 32-bit indirect addressing mode using zero page here. So it's very similar, and 6502 code will run on it. It has the same. No, don't say that. Has the same instructions. Has the same instruction values as well, the same opcodes. So load accumulator is still load accumulator and so on. So is anyone familiar with program counter? Does it hold the whole CPU bits on minus the opcode? Program counter just points to a location in memory. That's all it does. It's technically a 16-bit register that just contains the current executing address. That's about it. The CPU bits, I assume you mean what the instruction is being run. Instructions on 6502 are read in pieces, so it reads the opcode. Then once it's read the opcode, it knows what it needs to do next. It kind of sets up a kind of like an execution path, if you like. It knows what it needs to do. It knows how many more bytes it needs to read to get either an address or whatever the operand may be. And then it knows what to do with those things as well. Regarding the possibility of more hardware sprites, we tried to stay as close as the original C65, regarding illegal opcodes, C65 452 missing the illegal opcodes. Commodore filled them with logical functions. It was a re-emplates the illegal opcodes in C64 mode. That's a high compatibility. Yeah, you do have a C64 mode on the Mega 65 as well, so it's worth noting that definitely. I like the hardware sprites as it is. Put it this way: if the Mega 65 had have had hang on, did I save that level out? I want to load this level up. If the C65 had have had say 24 sprites per line, then I definitely would not have bothered trying to write a software sprite system. So in that sense, I'm glad it didn't, because it means now I have I've forced myself to go and look at other ways of doing these things. So I think it's a good thing that it doesn't. I'm glad it doesn't. I think it's right that it doesn't. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is just find a quick set of levels to just test my theory that when a level is loaded in, when the transition happens between levels, it breaks this enemy setup. So 15 more minutes and we'll do the giveaway announcement. Thanks to Digitoid for the follow, appreciated. Okay, so it seems pretty safe down here actually, which is kind of what I want. I just want an easy level. So say that I'm dying on it. So, oh no, shit, it would go down now, wouldn't it? I think there has to be some kind of sensible selection of these enemies as well, because some enemies work well on some levels and not so well on other levels. So the door's going to appear over there, isn't it? Yeah, right. Okay, so this is a relatively easy level to complete, so it'll be enough for me to. Oh, you swine! All right. So we should see corruption. Pardon me, corruption again on here. I'm going to just stay sat here. So it's going to be on the cola bottle for 1 frame when it moves that direction. And it is indeed 1 frame when it moves that direction. And nothing else is in that. Oh no, the teddy bears are, but they're being restored. So what I think is happening, I think the last few frames are not being restored correctly. So we need to find out where this is happening, see if we still need it. We may not need it. It'd be really good if we didn't need it, because that would save us quite a lot of memory, and we could use that for intro sequences, and then try and fix it. So let's have a look at map loader. Let's have a look in start as well. So what there is in the transition somewhere. So I'm going to open up transition. Title card transition, transition chars, transition bars. I can't remember which one we use now. I think it's chars. Transition chars. Okay, so let's load that in. I need to find out. There is this function somewhere. I need to find out where it is and find out what's calling it. So I can't bloody find it. Let's run it through map loader. Buffer map. Is it this one? I think it might be this one. Okay, yeah, I think it's this. So, oh no, it's not. Look, that's at BC 100, so it's not that one. So let's have a look for C4. See if we can find that somewhere in there. Is this? Oh, it's huge. That's why. See, here we go. Look, there is this piece of code here. And what this is doing, yeah, it's in the transition code. It backs up the sprites from C400 to C7FF, and it stores them in this area of memory. And I can't remember why that's doing it. It might not be needed for this version anymore. But that means that on transition out, there will be a restore somewhere, which is here. Which I think is what's going on here. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to turn it off and see what happens. So I think this is going to break the transition, but we should hopefully stop seeing the corruption. We can at least confirm that this is where the corruption is happening. Uh, Hey, Monopoly, welcome. It's easy, just bet 1 million. Oh, wow. To be fair, though, it's easy one. Oh, Zerful, sorry. One. God, how much was it? It was quite a lot. It was over 1 million. So, in a Turrican race. So, you win some, you lose some. Thank you for the follow, Naman T. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. It's getting down to that time. It's getting really, really close. If you do have a spiral entry that you haven't submitted yet, you have got about 10 minutes to submit it. I'm going to, when I go for my next break, which will be in about 10 minutes, I'm going to stop taking entries. We're going to go through those, go through these entries and see who has won. And we're going to do it in reverse order. So, hey, nice one, Eldridge. Praise be the spiral. What is a spiral? Spiral is our overlord who we should trust. And see what? Okay, what? This makes no sense. Is there another place where that's being loaded? Okay. Let's have a look at the transition again. Title card. Okay. So here we transition. Oh, okay. So we are using this screen at some point. So this is why we need to transition the characters. We do need to load characters from here into the lower area of memory, which is not being used for anything else. So it's definitely free. Okay, so without that, what happens is all those sprites immediately get corrupted, and that's probably because our transition is using that area. Fuck. Okay, so we definitely need to have that. So why is it breaking on the second level? That's what we need to know. Why is the second level screwing things up for us? This should just be restoring everything. But it's like this isn't happening on the second level, or it's not happening correctly, or something. Hmm. Spiler is not a challenge; it's a way of life. Oh, do you know what? Do you know what? People have said I need to get some kind of stream merch. Maybe that can be the first T-shirt, a spiral T-shirt. And I like that tagline as well. Spiral is not a challenge; it's a way of life. God, I want to do that now. I may make that happen. Because you can make a merch, and it's just like I think they just print the T-shirts as they're ordered. I don't think it's that hard to do. So. Uh, Ryzen, I see you're a man of culture as well. Yeah, Ryzen is where it's at the moment. Ryzen is definitely where it's at. Okay. Let's get some more wine in me and get another mojito on the go. Prepare for the spiral stuff. Okay, so there's a definite bug here I need to investigate. So I'm going to put here it's to do with transition. I think we'll do this on the next stream though. So we'll have to look into what is right into that area, probably through the debugger, and try and figure out why that's happening. In the meantime, we'll just have to test one level at a time as we do this, so that's absolutely fine. Um, but yeah, that's definitely the problem. Also, we've got this buffer area as well. I wonder if that can be map buffer here. That I wonder if that can be used to. Oh no, it can't. 'Cause it's in the wrong Vic bank, so it can't be. But maybe we can use it. I need to look at it. I think we can definitely use this to our advantage to get pull back a kilobyte. Um, what are you saying there? Okay. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of the spirals, I shall fear no evil. Oh man. Yeah, I'm gonna write merch down here because I think I do need to do that. There's a couple of things now that we've got that would probably work quite well. So t-shirts and hats and shit like that. So and it all goes towards paying for more stuff on the channel. So it's all good. It's all good. I'm so excited to give away these boards. It's really cool. Thank you very very much, Five Spice. As I say, I'm going to be. You're going to regret doing it because I'm going to be telling you all the time. But yes, thank you. I think he went to sleep actually, didn't he? Or did he? I can't remember. I don't think he did actually. Whatever. Anyway, thank you. I'm losing track. I'm getting drunk now. So are you dog like spirals too? Spiral treats, awesome. Right. I'll tell you what. I'm going to take a break now. We'll do the rest of the we'll do the rest of the level stuff after we've gone through the spiral stuff and done the spiral giveaways. We'll spend the last bit of the stream going through some more levels. Haven't really done an awful lot tonight, but I have picked up on a few bugs. I'm going to take 5 minutes now. I'm going to quickly go through. I'm going to use the time to obviously go and take a quick break so I don't pee myself, and then I'm going to go through the entries and make sure that the top 5 are valid, and we can go through them. I don't know if I've got source code for the top 5. Let me have a look. I don't have source code for them all, but I have source code for. I have source code for 3 of the top 5, but we can always go through. I can. They're so small. We can go through them anyway. Okay, cool. Right, let's take 5, and we'll come back. Your source is on your blog. Don't put it on your blog yet, Andy. Save it, because I don't want people to know. You don't know where you've come yet, and I don't want people to know where you've come. I don't want people to see what you've done. So we'll wait until another 20 minutes or so. Right, be right back. 5 minutes. Right, I'm back. I'm going to let this race finish. Then when this race finishes, we will go through the winners. I've just gone through the Discord messages. Really difficult, guys. Really, really difficult. Some really, really um, compelling things in there. I've picked a mix of what I feel are uh the most kind of the most fun and to the point and kind of technical things. I picked 3 out of there. I'm not going to tell you who they are or what they are yet. We'll go through that shortly. I will post the winning messages into the chat after we've done the spirals, after we've gone through the spirals, and I will then allow you all to vote on those. Again, thank you to everybody who's entered this competition, whether it be sending me a message in Discord for this, for the 5 sprites third board giveaway, or whether it's for the 2 boards that we're giving away for the spiral entries. I know those who have written spirals have spent a ridiculous number of hours on this. So let's start by going through. Let's go through the spiral entries first. So we're just gonna do the top five because we could be here all day doing this. I've got just looking at the list now. I had one or two entries while I've been on air. We've got 24 entries to this. Um, and it's pretty impressive, to be honest. There's a few basic entries in there as well. So before we start, I just want to give a shout out to the person who made the fastest, sorry, the smallest basic entry. Um, Unfortunately, still way outside the ASM versions, but this was the smallest basic entry. You can see it being drawn there, and that was Deflev from the Mega 65 team himself. So he managed to do it in 120 bytes. I don't think anybody beat that with a basic program. I haven't looked at everything under 120, but I believe that was the fastest, the smallest basic program out there. So congratulations to Def for that. There no prize for having the smallest basic one, unfortunately. Although I may be doing a basic 10 task in the near future where you'll be able to use the XEMU emulator as a way to get everybody using the emulator, and the basics should be fine in the emulator. So there may be a challenge on that in the near future. So if you're into basic, look out for that. That will be coming up soon. And if you want to brush up on your Mega 65 basic, then please go to mega65.org and download the manuals, and brush up on the basic stuff in there. It's all documented. It's all very powerful. But we will be doing something like that in the near future. Um, so look out for that. So if you're a basic head and not an ASM head, then that's going to be a challenge. That's going to be a thing for you. So with the ASM entries, I'm really impressed. I mean, pretty much everybody managed to create the spiral in what should be considered a very good number of bytes. I mean, if you were to write these, if you were just to write this in a normal program, you would almost certainly write something bigger than most of these entries. If it was just a part of a program, say I had to draw this spiral as part of an intro sequence or something, it almost certainly would be bigger than almost all of these entries. Um, and it's only when you kind of go back and look over it and look over it and look over it that you start reducing it down. So let's start with the fifth entry, the entry that came in at number 5, and that was from GHAF, who only started this actually 2 days ago, I think. So I mean, obviously, it just looks like a normal spiral. I don't have the source code, unfortunately, for this one. Um, but we can have a quick dig into it and we can see some stuff that's going on. This was done in 62 bytes. Um, Bear in mind as well that the byte count includes 2 bytes for the PRG load header as well. So was my attempt smaller than the smallest winner? My attempt was 52, and I'm not going to tell you if it was the smallest until the end. Um, but I couldn't get it any smaller without completely changing my algorithm. So 62 bytes was in 5th place. That's GHAF. Let's just take a quick look in here. It's not going to be that easy to tell what's going on because I don't have the source code, but I do know where it begins, and it begins at 1F8. So the reason why it begins at 1F8 is because this is a stack address. Um, so this code is being written into the stack. It's kind of hard to tell in here, but so you may have noticed in the cassette 50 competition, I wrote a little article about using the lower area of memory, and one of the tricks is to avoid having to type run to start a program. You can use the stack. So if you put a location in 1F8, then what will happen is it will jump to that location +1. So in this case, this is going to jump to 022F, which is down here somewhere. It looks like there's some extra trickery going on here. But basically, yeah, it's using the stack address to load it up. Um, One thing I would say, a trick that has been missed here, which you will see later on, is people using jump to subroutine E5FF to clear the screen. And I saw a few people do this. They used this routine to clear the screen, and then they used the stack to start their program, but they didn't think to actually put this address onto the stack as well. So what you will see in some of the entries coming up is that what you can do is you can put this address into into one F8, and then put your start address, and you save a byte by getting rid of this jump to subroutine, because the stack handles it for you. So that's something you'll see coming up fairly soon. Um, you'll see a lot of this as well. People using random areas, seemingly random areas in zero page or other places. The reason for this is to to use values that already exist in zero page. Um, why it's being loaded in here, I'm not entirely sure. I need to see this as source code. This is the problem at the moment. But that's kind of why this is being done. Um, this is I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to skip over this one because it's kind of hard to do it without the assembly language. But 62 bytes is very, very impressive, and I think it took quite a while for most of us to get down to 62 bytes. So the fact that GHAF did this in probably around about 24 to 48 hours worth of trying. I think he joined the Thursday stream, and this is what he sent me after yesterday. In fact, I don't even think it was today. Um, so yeah, that's very cool. Unfortunately, I don't have code for the next one either, so we'll just take a quick look inside and see what's going on. So this was 61 bytes. This is from James. So James is the guy behind level.com, the site that everybody's using to launch their PRGs in a web view. Let's just take a look at the header in here. So it looks like he's using the same technique here as well, loading into O1F8. So let's just go and have a quick look in there. Yeah, okay, so he's loading into this location here, which points to here. Actually, it would point to, would it be this one? Because it adds one, I think, to. I can't remember how it works. I think it adds one to it. Well, we'll see when we look at the source code. Start 0215. Oh, yes, it would start. It would start on this byte here, which I'm not sure what that would be doing, but well, it works anyway, because we can see here it's a valid spiral. It does the thing correctly. But again, same trick missed here as well. There's a jump to subroutine E544 in here. This could have been put in first as the first address in here. Then when it returned, it would have put the next address off the stack. So there would have been a byte saved here by doing that. Oh, it seems to have some. Oh, it's using my debug files, I think. It's using my debug files from pick and mix, which is why we're seeing all these values all over the place. I do see one illegal instruction in here, which is pretty decent to see. I can't remember what ANC is. I can't remember if is that XAA. I think it is the same one. I would have to look, but let's go on to the last three because I have source code for the last three. So James isn't in. It is XAA. Okay, so what XAA does is it transfers the accumulator. It ands the accumulator with this value, and then transfers it to the X register. Although why it's handing it with FF, I don't know. Okay, interesting. I'd like to see the source code for this at some point. No. Oh, I might get that wrong. What am I thinking then? Oh, A equals X and then N. Okay, yeah, sorry. I'm thinking of the other one. It transfers X to the accumulator, then ands it. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. You wanted to set the carry bit without affecting the accumulator. Ah, I see. Right. Okay, that's why. Ah, okay. That's a neat way of doing it. Yeah, I like it. But yeah, that's really cool. That's another 61 byte one. So 61 bytes got James into fourth, but actually it's joint third because the other person who also got 61 was Endurion, who did give me the source code. So I'm going to load this in into here. So James and Endurion share third place here, actually. So joint third or third and fourth, kind of shared. I think I've done some conversion of these to make them work. Uh, so a little bit of a backstory with Endurions. Endurions was the first entry that I used as a base to get my entry to work. So my version is based on Endurion's version. So you'll see a lot of the you when I go I'll show mine when we get down to the bytes that mine did. Mine doesn't count because I could look at everybody's and I knew the tricks, but I will show you some of the stuff that I was doing in mine as well. So again, you can see we're using the start address here. So it's pointing to this location. We use -1 because when you return from a function on the stack, it adds 1 to the address and jumps to that address, and it jumps to here. But a quit. So let's just run this to show that this works. And there you go. But what you can do instead is if you do this, oops, and this is what I was saying. If you instead of doing this jump to subroutine here, if you do it there, you can save a byte on that, and that would have taken it down to 60. And it does the same thing. You see, it clears the screen. So this is a trick that quite a lot of people missed. They were using the stack start, but I don't think they were fully realizing the power of that routine there to kind of remove this byte here. So what is this routine doing? Actually, will this work in the? I don't think this will work in the debugger, but let's give it a try. Let's just try putting a break in here. The problem is because these things work on the stack and stuff, they tend not to work in the debugger very well. So that's not even loading at all. Have I got one open already? No. There we go. Yeah, see, they don't load properly from here. This is one of the big problems with them. You reset the program to get it to debug. Oh, right. If I type 01 F8 here, oh no, it wouldn't be that, would it? It'd be whatever that one is. It would be 01. That's a good idea. Okay, let me see if I can get this working. Let's just give it a restart. Okay. Oops. Let's go in here. God damn it, let's start again. Okay, so let's just go to 01FA in here. Which is here. And then we're going to do 01FA in here. There we go. Right. So you'll see how this works in a minute. So let me just put a breakpoint in here and get rid of that one. Okay, maybe not. Really? Okay, that's not going to work in there. Let me I'll explain what's going on in here anyway. So this is probably the most common method I've seen of drawing the spiral, which is to treat the spiral drawing as a single path, basically. So what's happening is, hang on, I've got a message to see if this is something I require. James's code as well. Thank you. It doesn't really matter now though, but thank you anyway. I'm gonna keep it because I will put it in the the zip file that I share on Discord. So thank you, James. Yeah, so the most common method was to treat the top left corner of the screen as the start point and to draw a spiral in a single path around like that. And so what this means is you have to store a draw position, which is what this is here, um, a direction, because there's 4 directions, which is what this X register is storing here, as well as some tables to define which direction you move the cursor. So every time you draw one, you update the draw position. So what you'll see in a lot of these entries is something is drawn to a position on the screen, and then a value is added to the current draw position, and that value is taken from this table here. Now, one of the things that almost everybody that did this method did was they used uh, they used the high bytes uh, like this. So they just have a single add. So you would either be adding a 16-bit value. So you're either adding plus 40 or minus 40, plus 1 or minus 1. So you needed let's just change this a little bit so it's a bit easier to read. So you had values like this, but in order to add minus 1 and just use add, you need to have another table which looks like this. Um, so minus 40 obviously has to have an FF value here, otherwise it's not adding a negative number. Same with minus 1, so you had to have that. And almost everybody that did this spotted the fact that ROM is initialized with that pattern. So if we go and have a look, if I just load up the emulator and go and look at memory and just pick a random area of memory. So I was doing like somewhere around here. You'll see that that pattern exists in memory all over the place. You see the FF00, FF00. So one of the things that almost everybody that did this method did was, instead of storing that 4-byte table, they just created a lookup for that value, and that saved 4 bytes there. So that was a very, very clever, very common trick that people used. Um, there was a little bit of a clue to that from Andy, who I think was the first person I saw anyway when he submitted something that had done this trick, and he had been using spirals. Awesome. He had been using this trick on the Mac, and his Mac version of Vice initialized memory slightly different, um, which is why shortly after that I also posted some details about my particular Vice setup. So this is why it's very important to use Vice 3.4 with the specific setup that I've got in order that this worked. So that was a very common trick, and one that I think all of the winners that used this method used. Um, and then the other thing you need to keep count of is how many characters you need to draw in each direction. So this was a common method as well, to have a table of 4 lengths, and you would basically, that would tell you how many characters to draw in one direction before you stop, and then you would decrease that because the next time you come around it would be less. And so you will see this quite a lot. So you'll see the value stored somewhere, in this case put into the Y register, and then that Y register decreases until it hits 0. If it's already at 0, then the first time it decreases, it becomes negative, and then the machine, the instruction ends. The spiral kind of program ends. So yeah, this was quite a common approach. There was lots of room for optimization in here, and I think most people managed to squeeze quite a lot out. As I say, the most common optimization was this FF00 pattern in there. Um, and yeah, this was definitely the most common approach. It's the approach I took as well. I took, as I say, I based mine off Endurian's code, but I did a few more optimizations around it as well, as you will see shortly. But yeah, that's Endurance, and he gained a joint third with James. So let's move on to second place. So second place will be winning an Nexus A7. I don't know who has fallen for this person's trolling in the channel uh, over the past 2 weeks, um, but it is Andy Magic Knight who got it down to 53 bytes. I've got his code somewhere as well. He's been telling everybody he had 106 bytes or something. It's just been brilliant. Watching him troll you all has been one of the most fun things I've had for a while. So yeah, Andy, you will be getting the first A7, and this is how Andy did it. Andy also has the best comments of anybody's code as well. Just to say, so this is definitely worth it just for the read. So I'm gonna leave this on and go through it. So Andy took pretty much a similar approach to everybody else. He did the drawing the spiral from the top corner and going around in a single path. One of the differences that Andy, one of the main differences that Andy had versus everybody else, and I don't know why these zero page routines don't work, but they still don't for me for some reason. Thanks for the sub, Quentin Lamami. Very, very appreciated, and the follow as well. Thank you very much. Appreciated. Yeah. So first of all, Andy had to hand assemble some of these instructions. I don't know why they didn't work in Kick Assembler. I couldn't tell you why that is. But I mean, it tells you here what they are in the things. But one of the major differences that Andy had to everybody else is he didn't store. Oh, actually, it's changed. Oh, it's changed. It didn't used to be like this. So up until the last version, Andy was just recording a table of two values to count the lengths of each side, rather than doing the four vowels that everyone else has done. So he's probably saved bytes by doing that, which is interesting. I need to summon French dev and love ASM. Oh well, you'll love this channel then. My French is terrible, but you will like the channel. Thank you for the follow, Talon the Dragon, as well. Okay, so he's gone down a more traditional approach here, but it looks like I don't know what these steps are. I need to read through this a little bit more because this has changed. I was hoping this would be a bit easier, but it looks like it's changed. Okay, the other thing you will notice is the start address. Now, a few people tried to do this, but only a few succeeded, which is to store the entire program in zero page. Um, take care, Quentin. Thank you for joining, and see you again soon. You're not the only French here. Indeed, Amark, indeed. Thank you for the follow. It always fits. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so a few people tried to do this, and not many people succeeded. And that is, if you look in the zero page memory map, there is an address 73, I think, which is run automatically by the basic interpreter. It basically reads in the next line of basic, or it reads in the next instruction. It's called char get, I think, char get, and it lives at instruction 73 in zero page, and it's writable. It's not a ROM routine. It's a zero page. It's a zero page program basically. So if you write a program that starts at 73, which it does here, then basically you can get your program to run. The thing that I think people fell for is they try to start the program here at 73 and then write the program afterwards. The problem is a lot of the memory addresses after that location get corrupted by the basic startup routine, by the machine startup routine. So you can't write after that location, but there's plenty of room to write before that location. So by starting your program down here at 42, you have to kind of adjust this to make sure it always fits correctly. You can get the program to run completely in zero page. And obviously that means that all your table lookups are now 2 bytes instead of 3. It means a lot of your instructions are 2 bytes instead of 3, which is really, really a nice way to do things like, yeah, all of these are zero page, which is why Andy's had to do this. I don't know why that is the case, though. I'm going to try something actually very quickly. I think if you do this, it will work. So I'm just going to try it, see if it works. just makes it a little bit easier to read. And then if I give this, when I give this code out, we shall see. Oh, that's not, that's direction high. And you can see this one is not 0 page, because again, like Endurion and pretty much everybody that did that, Andy has found a place in 0 page which just happens to have the correct values in it. As he says, would you believe it, this memory block is 00FF. Winner winner turtle dinner. The reason he mentions turtles as well, and I believe this is the case, is because of the logo turtle. So anybody who grew up in the 80s and learned kind of programming in the 80s at school would probably be familiar with the logo turtle. And that's kind of how this is drawn. It's kind of like the logo turtle in that it goes in, it's a single continuous line. So and yeah, you can see here that it is different, although he's copied the comments. But uh, okay, so let's just try Z X. I just need to make sure that these are all just correct here. I think that one needs to be X. I think this should work now, so let's give it a try. So actually, this is a quite a different to your previous method. So previously, Andy, as I say, was using instead of using 4 values here, he was just using 2, which was saving a bit of memory, but did mean he had to it did mean he had to copy this X around a little bit, and it caused some issues. Okay, let's just try running that. Hopefully, it just runs. Yeah, there we go. It works. Okay, so I'll save it as this, and then that's there. But yeah, that's really cool. So as I say, Andy managed to do that in, was it 53 bytes? So I'm going to show you mine now, because mine's quite similar to this as well, and then we'll go on to the winner. So yeah, Andy, you've got one of these. I think I already have your address, so I'll make sure I get this set up. If you just give me a couple of days, I'm going to print you a new case out, and I'll get that sent over to you pretty quickly. Yeah, just give me like a week to sort it out, but I'll get it into the in the post to you pretty soon. Okay, so oh, you are using, yeah. So here's a legal instruction again. So yeah, this is again, it's the same legal instruction that James was using. This is doing the transfer X to the accumulator, and it with this value. And then he's transferring it back. And this was a way of basically. So this is the equivalent of doing transfer X to the accumulator and 03. But you can see that's 3 bytes, and this is only 2. The downside of this instruction is it's really, really unstable. It will cause your machine to crash. It will cause all sorts of issues. So make sure you test it in the situation that you're using it. But if you can get it to work, it's perfectly valid to use in this competition. So, but yeah, really good. That was a really cool entry, and Andy was kind of one of the first to kind of start really trimming the bytes off this thing really quickly. But he did spend an awful lot of time on it as well, an awful lot of time. I think he drove himself slightly mad with it. So, uh, right, let's take a look at one more. We're just going to take a quick look at my version. So my version really doesn't count very much, because I kind of copied most of the kind of tricks everyone else was using. There isn't really a lot of difference between mine and Endurion's, except that I'm using 0 page. My values are slightly different here. I start with higher values because I do my subtraction at the beginning here, rather than at the end. Really, that's about it. There isn't an awful lot of difference. I'm using this this command again, same as Andy's using. So this is exactly the same way that Andy's doing it as well. The only difference is I saved a byte here. So instead of having a branch instruction here to branch back to the beginning again and to repeat this loop, what I did was I just put this byte in here, and this is a bit opcode. And what it does is it combines the bit with this JSR here. and so it becomes bit 20, which does nothing. But that also means the next line is just a subtract E5, which also does nothing, which means I can drop through to my start vector, which is the one that's at 73, and it just branches back to the start again. So I save a byte here by not having to do a branch, not equal here. I'm just automatically dropping down to this area and running back. So, but again, I'm using the same strategy. I'm drawing a line around the screen in a single go. The biggest drawback I think of this method is this. This becomes really heavy, which is why putting it into zero page saves so many bytes. Putting it into zero page meant that you basically had at least one, two, three, 4, 5 of these instructions that would turn into two byte instructions instead of 3 bytes. So you would save 5 bytes just by dropping into zero page, just from this area alone. That doesn't include these, which would also save you a byte each. And some other stuff there. So this is mine. I will include mine in the thing as well, just to show you that we're working. And there you go. That's mine. As I say, mine's kind of a bit of a cheat because I use techniques from everybody together. The stuff that's my own here is probably this drop through here, and the way I'm doing the length increment here is just moving it to the beginning. That was kind of my own. Yeah. Okay. But it did take a long time. That's 52 bytes. So the last one. So for the last, the second and the first place prize goes to, drum roll. Drink some of this. I'm gonna keep the tension going. If you haven't figured it out already, it goes to Carl Henry, who managed to get this down to 51 bytes in the end. So I did a little bit of a conversion earlier to change his code. This is where it gets really interesting. Carl did this completely different to every other person, completely different. Take a look at his advanced routine, and you will notice that he's not advancing. He's not changing direction. He's just scanning the screen one row at a time. He's only ever moving 1 byte across the screen, and that's it. Just going through the entire screen like that. And yeah, I mean, I haven't had a lot of time to look at this. It's really tricky to understand because I kind of get the impression that what's happening is you're toggling some between a few values back and forth, hence the exclusive OR here, and then using those values to count whether or not how many of whatever the character you're drawing. You'll also notice that what he's not doing, there's no clear screen in here at all, because he's drawing on every single position on the screen. All he has to do is decide, should I be showing a space, in which case jump over these, or should I be shifting it to the left twice and showing the inverted thing? And it's a really, I must admit, when I first looked at it, I considered just counting things like that, but I couldn't find a decent enough pattern in it. And I think Carl found a really, really neat pattern to it that works really well. And I think that's what these exclusive ORs are doing here. I'm not sure if you can confirm that, but I think that's what's going on here. So, but it's incredibly efficient, and it works. It works perfectly, and it does it in 51 bytes. Very different to everybody else's, and I think that's why Carla's won here, because what Carla's done is he's used the zero page stuff, just like I did, just like Andy did as well. But what he's done is found a way to get rid of that nasty 16-bit add in the middle. In fact, I think Carl said this is just the way he thought of doing it. He didn't even think to do it the other way. And it seems like he's just picked the most efficient algorithm. So yeah, let's run it. Yeah, the ad was the killer. The 16-bit ad was the one that really sucked up the bytes here. It's kind of hard to see it, but I did put a breakpoint in. Where was it? I put a breakpoint in here, I think, and you can kind of. No, it wasn't there, was it? Where did I put it in? I put a breakpoint in somewhere, and you could kind of see some of it running. Was it the outer loop? Outer loop. Yeah, let's put it in here. Let's see what happens. Because the one thing with these routines is they're all quite slow. They don't show the spiral in one frame, so you can kind of catch it mid-frame if you play through it enough. Okay, why is that not running? So just in the worst place possible. I think it is in the worst place possible. Let me put that on there. Let's put it here. The outer loop's probably the better place to put it. Yeah, I'll tell you what I'll do in a second. I will add a little delay into it. I'll add a delay. We can do that. But you can see as we go through, see how it's drawn up to this point here. We've still got the running here. So it draws in about 3 frames, I think. You see there's the second frame. It's just drawn neatly down the screen. Let's just put a little delay in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it here, and I'm just going to put delay like that. I'll get rid of this when I supply the full. So I just won't. Oh, it's going to save automatically, but it's pretty easy to get rid of this. And I'm just going to put this way up in memory up here so I don't break anything. Oh, it's probably important that I keep some of the things here as well, like carry flags and stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to push for RTS, and then I can. Just going to make sure I keep things. There we go. And now I can go. It might not work this, but it's worth a try. No, it doesn't work. All right. I think I'm screwing things up by some routine to delay 3. Yeah, it's messing around with things. All right, but trust me, it's scanning one line at a time. As Carl says, he's going to put the is going to give a link to the explanation on how it works, and I will include all of these entries in a zip file on the channel for you all to look through and kind of work it out. Probably, yeah. I tried to offset it back by changing this value, but it didn't seem to work for some reason. I don't know why. It's fine though. It's on Discord already. There you go. Let's have a look through the example. Oh. Okay, cool. So do you know what? I think this is probably better for you guys to read. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna read through it myself separately because it's quite a long explanation. But seriously, absolutely awesome. 51. I held on to my 52 right to the end. But the link is there in Discord. Please go and read it if you want to know more about how it works. And well done to Carl. You've got one of these coming to you soon. Just let me know when and where to send it, and we'll sort that out for you as well. And Andy's posted his as well. So there you go. Thank you for the bits, Trutonis. Oh yes, that's the other thing as well. Thank you very much for that as well, Carl Hemrick. So I just want to just want to explain that as well. Carl has very kindly offered to donate his prize to Monsters Go Boom, um, which is really, really generous. Thank you. So I will speak to Jet after this. Well, tomorrow, I guess now, to work out where to send that to. Jet's in Florida, isn't he? So I'll make sure I send them directly from the Digilent um, site as well. So I'll sort that out with them after stream anyway. So, but yeah, very very cool, and yeah, the perfect person for it to go to. Monsters Go Boom's been doing some amazing stuff, and I think they'll be able to do some incredible stuff for Mega 65. So, okay, cool. So the last one is messages sent to me through Discord. Um, so I've picked a mixture of ones that made me laugh, and ones that have kind of shown to me that or seem to me to be kind of dedicated stuff here. Again, I got quite a lot of entries for this, so um, thank you to everybody who entered this section as well. I wish I could give you all aboard. There will be more opportunities coming up this year, and I will be alternating between different kind of projects as well. So let's start by going through these. So I'm just going to post into the chat one at a time. Hopefully there's no race about to start. Right, no, there isn't. I'm going to give them numbers, okay, and then I'm going to set a vote up for these. In fact, could you, Andy, could you start if you're still there? I think could you set a poll up with numbers 1, 2, and 3 on it, and I'll ready to go, and I'll just put these quotes in here, and then you can all vote on them. Okay, so this was quote number 1, which made me laugh my ass off, which I thought was really good. Thank you for the follow, Zephyr Fernandez. Zevi Fernandez. So number 2 is this one. Number 1 made me laugh my ass off, seriously, because the thing is I got that message as the music was still pumping outside. And number 3 is this one as well. Oh, I didn't actually check who. Okay, I just had to make sure it wasn't anybody who's already won one. That would be silly. So those are the 3. If your entry isn't on there, then I apologize. Everybody's entry was really good. I struggled to pick, to be honest. But I think these 3, are a combination of funny and kind of dedicated as well. So we're going to leave that vote open. I don't know how long Andy's put it on for, but just pick the one you think deserves it the most, and we'll make sure that goes out. So I'm not going to vote on because I know who they are. That'd be unfair for me to vote. Cool. Yeah. So on that note, I'm going to carry on with some of the other stuff. Congratulations to everybody that's done the spiral. It has been an intense challenge, to say the least, and I know a lot of people have probably gone slightly insane looking at that freaking spiral. Yeah, and Andy sent me a picture of his dog, which is pretty good. Yeah, it's surprising how much fun people had with that challenge. I wasn't expecting to quite hit the mark like that did. The next challenge will be just a prize draw entry, but there will be a target that you have to reach. So it will be kind of similar to this challenge in that there will be something you have to do or make or do or whatever, and there will be a target to reach. Now, whether that target is a bike target, I doubt it's going to be that, or a cycle target, I doubt it's going to be that as well, or if it's just going to be generate this, like it could have just been generate this spiraling code. That could have been it. But if you manage to reach the target, whatever that may be, you get entered into the prize draw, and we'll just pick one at random next time rather than have a leaderboard as such. And then the month after, we'll go back to a leaderboard structure, and we'll alternate between the two. So we get a good mix of people who are willing to spend ungodly number of hours optimizing their code to the point that it's unhealthy, just to say the least, and a mixture of people who are interested but maybe don't have the time to dedicate to it, or don't have the know-how to come top of the leaderboard or close to the top of the leaderboard every time. So it is optimized to the point of insanity. Yeah. Thank you, Reverend Barry Wibbles. I like that name. That's awesome. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. All right, let's get back into this a little bit. So I'm going to leave the corruption to another stream, and we're just going to go through levels this time. So I'm going to assume levels are working if I can play them on the first thing here. So we're just going to try map 1 out first of all, just to see that that's working fine. So when loaded in the first case, yeah. Thanks for getting that one. You're welcome. Thank you for keeping me on the ball with them as well, Warlock. You're a definite great kind of observer, and you definitely keep me on my toes. So thank you. Oh, and great entry in Freeze 64. Oh, where's my Freeze 64? Hang on, I put it on my shelf up here now. Look who's in Freeze 64 this month. Look who it is. Look who it is. Yeah, really cool. Really cool. Great magazine, by the way. If you're not already signed up to 364, please go ahead and do so. Vinny's a great guy. He does a really good job of this every month. It's a great read. It's great for people like us who are into the coding. It's full of pokes and cheats for games, so you get to see. He likes to dissect games and look at how they work. So he'll often kind of look at sprite sheets and stuff. So he'll pull those out and talk about how the games work. This time it was Druid, I think it was. Yeah, Druid. And he does one of these every month, and then he does some other kind of reviews and looks into stuff. So it's really, really nice magazine. Definitely recommend getting it. I've been getting it for a year and a bit now. I still need to fill out my back issues of that, actually. Oh yeah, and he interviews developers as well. I think he did Andrew Bailey this time. Yeah, Andrew Bailey. Who is the coder behind Druid and a few other things. I can't remember what else he was doing. Oh yeah, Demons of Topaz, Druid 2, Headache, and Microcosm. Really good interviews as well. Yeah, great guy as well. Good night, Kelso. Oh, just a reminder as well, Steps. I've got your boards as well for your Easy Flash things. So I will be doing. I think I showed you the boards. I haven't had a chance to build them those, but I will be doing them this week for you. So. When are we doing one of those regular spend points on tickets? I'm going to try and get one done next month. So we will be doing the normal. We'll be doing the prize draw for the Nexus, but also doing probably going to do another giveaway. I'm not sure what it's going to be this time. I'll have a think about that. Thank you for the follow, QSQ Skaxi. I can't even say that, but thank you for that. And thank you, Warlock, for the reminder there as well. Also, if I bring my own prize, can you award it to me? Yeah, if anybody's got any ideas for what to give away on the normal giveaway, like the non-Nexus A7 giveaway next stream, then let me know what you'd like to see. I was considering maybe doing a Commodore 64 giveaway. You actually win a Commodore 64, but trying to find them at a decent price is a bit of a nightmare at the moment. So I'm not sure how that's going to work. But just let me know if you've got any ideas. Drop me a line on Discord or something, and we'll go through. I'll pick a decent prize out of that. But yeah, an Ultimate 64. An Ultimate 64 would be pretty decent, but to get an Ultimate 64 would really require case and keyboard as well, at the very least, which bumps the price up considerably. And while I'm doing the Nexus giveaways, that might be hard to manage. The Pi 400s were pretty good, actually, weren't they? Yeah, the Pi 400s were very good. About Sinclair Spectrum, I want to give a prize away. I don't want to punish people. Why would I punish people for watching the stream? That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. Pi 400 is a good shout. I'll have a think about it anyway. We'll see what else we can give away. This is the year of Mega 65 giveaways, and there will be plenty of them. I'm thinking there might be a basic program challenge coming up, because we can easily get people to learn a bit of basic from scratch. Basically, I mean, even if you don't know, in fact, yeah, I mean, you kind of have to learn it from scratch, because Commodore Basic isn't going to cut it. It needs to be Basic 10. Talk to Dev to get some games to put on a cart. Yeah, that's an idea as well. I've got quite a few people who have contacted me from publishers regarding game giveaways, to give away games for the C64 as well. So there are publishers out there who are willing to sponsor the giveaways as well. So there's always that option. See, this level's absolutely fine when you're not bugged out. So I'm going to mark this as okay. I don't see a problem with this though. I mean, it's hard, but it's fine. So let's mark that as okay. Let's move on to the next one. I do like the ultimate 64 idea. I need to have a think about an easy way of getting that priced up. Let me look into the costs, and we'll see who wins. Okay, let me. Oh, how do I actually check? Oh, I have to go into my thing. Okay, hang on. Manage poll. View results. So the winner was number 3 with 13 results. And that was, I will devote every non-work, family, kids, house, commute, sleeping hour of my time to delve into its inner workings. That was Crazy UK was one that. I don't know if Crazy's still around, but I shall get the third Nexus board to you in the coming weeks. Where are you based, Crazy? I guess UK, right? Because you've got UK on the end. So if that's the case and you are in the UK, then we can get you a case printed up as well. So the way this is going to work with these is, if you're in the USA, you're just going to get the board, and I will talk to you about what you need to put on that on the SD card through private Discord, just because it's easier and it saves me a fortune in customs costs. If you're anywhere else in the world, then I will probably be sending you it from me. So it will come to me and then I'll send it on to you. But cool. Well done, Crazy UK. Congratulations. And yeah, somebody who wants to devote every working hour to that, then can't ask for a better Mega 65 dev, really. So yeah, that's cool. I shall get that to you. Give me a week or two to get the cases printed, and if you just send me your details on Discord, I'll make sure that gets to you fairly soon. Congratulations to all the winners tonight, and seriously, thank you to every single person that took part. It's really hard making a decision on those sort of things, which is why I left it up to a vote in the end. I just picked the ones that kind of stuck out and kind of made me laugh as well. There were some really good good entries that came very close as well. I got 2 poems as well. Two of them were poems as well, which were pretty cool. Um, in fact, if the 2 guys who sent me poems don't mind, I'm going to share those as well. Hang on. Who were they? It was Cosmin sent me one. So here's the Cosmin one. These were very close. I nearly these nearly came into the top 3. So this is Cosmin's. Does it fit? It does, yeah. That was the one from Cosmin. And who sent me the other one? Oh, okay, sent me the other one now. Oh, Morgan sent me the other one. Mr. G sent me the other one. Oh, it doesn't quite fit that one. So let me put that onto 2 lines. There we go. So they were very close. The only thing that won it for me on the other entries was the two entries I found really funny. One made me laugh completely out loud. One was to do with a spiral, so I couldn't turn that down. So that the person who talked about being outside my house in the car was Mad Beagle, and MV Gamer was the one who talked about writing a neural network to make spirals. And then after 2 funny ones, I had to pick a serious one. I couldn't just have all funny ones on, so I had to pick one that was kind of like a Mega 65 dedicated thing, and that's unfortunately why the everybody else kind of missed out there. So, um, but it was very. They were all very good, so it was really hard to pick. I don't want to do too many like that. It's it's difficult. We'll get there. Thank you very much, Five Sprites. Very much appreciated. I hope you feel that's gone to the perfect person there. I think so. Um, is the XEMU Mega 65 decent? I'm going to. I think I'm going to do the next challenge in basic actually. So if you want to kind of get a head start on that, if you go to mega65.org, uh, or if you go into the Mega 65 channel in my Discord, look in the pinned messages and you'll find all the manuals. Just read up about Basic 10, read up about how to use the emulator. There's plenty of people. I think Phase 101 did a guide on using the emulator there. Um, I think that's linked in the channel somewhere as well. If not Phase, if you speak to Phase, he can point you to the video, the setup video. Once you get the emulator running, you'll be able to code in Basic in it. And what I think we might do is a little kind of challenge in Basic. It will be a simple one, like create something. I'm not sure what it will be, but if you want to kind of get a head start on that and learn a bit of that, then go ahead and kind of look at those things in the channel. It will just be a prize draw based on that challenge. It won't be like a leaderboard as such. So it'll be a random draw to give everybody a fair chance. But I think that's what we'll probably end up doing, because it'd be good to get more basic coders as well. I mean, there are a few already in the Mega 65 Discord, but it'd be good. Oh God, pardon me. It'd be good to get more. Good night, Mad Beagle. Good night. So close as well. So close. Um, okay, cool. So yeah, if you have one, contact me on Discord with your address details, and I'll get them to you soon. I think I've got Andy's already. I need to speak to Monsters Go Boom to get their details. So it's really just Crazy UK's I need. Okay. Good night, Amok. Thanks for joining the stream. Appreciated as ever. Appreciated as ever. There you go. There's AD's posted the link to the emulator sub forum. Weird question: would the Commodore brand still be copyrighted? It is still copyrighted. Yeah, someone does own the logo and the name. It's weird because the brand is kind of split up a little bit. Like the ROMs are owned by Coanto, I believe, but the Commodore name itself is owned by somebody else. So, in fact, they're in the process of. What didn't they? I'm sure I saw like a mini C64, like a handheld C64 thing. So Okay, let's go ahead and check this next map out. So map 3 we want to test now. I think the Commodore logo is actually copyrighted. So I don't know who watch. I'm sure everybody here watches Black Mirror. There was an episode of Black Mirror where it was a guy had his own VR Star Trek simulation thing going on, and if you look at the bridge on his starship, they use Commodore breadbin keyboards in a few places. Um, look out for it. It's really cool to see. But there's a few of the consoles have breadbin keyboards in them, and the Commodore key has been changed because they couldn't use the Commodore logo, so it's been changed to like a little square or something like that. Um, so that they couldn't use it, or they didn't want to risk using it. Um, so I found that kind of interesting. Charlie Brooker, who wrote it, was a C64 fan. Yeah, I've heard he was a bit of a fan. I think that's why he also did Bandersnatch as well. Because he was really into the kind of the 8-bit retro. Oh, we've tested this one, haven't we? This is 3. Okay, we know that works. Okay, let's go for number 4. All right, let's make a new level. Okay, so let's load the next level up. I think as long as you're not making millions off it, they don't care that much. But just be careful because Cloanto are a little bit kind of copyright trolley. They do act slightly. I don't want to say nasty because it's not fair to say nasty, but I think they can be a little bit overprotective sometimes, and they're really not that keen on people using it. So, okay, I'm going to change this level a little bit so it doesn't look like penises everywhere. So I'm just going to change the actual level platform designs of this one to something else because I don't like these platforms looking like this. We're constantly getting told they look like penises, so I'm going to change this around. Going to do these instead. Uh, I tell you what I've started watching recently, and I really like it. Is Disenchantment, I think it's called. Really enjoying it. A really good show. I can't believe I've missed it for so long. It's like it's great. It's great. So don't bet on it. Yeah, Cloanto are a little bit. If is it Cloanto that own the Commodore logo as well? Um, it's a little bit worried. Oh, yeah, the Matt Groening thing, yeah, and Matt Berry as a pig, yeah, it's brilliant. Cloanto have the ROMs. Okay, I know that Cloanto can be quite litigious with things, which is, I mean, it is their right to do so if they want to change. Oh, not that one. I just find them a little bit over litigious sometimes, which can be a bit frustrating when people are trying to kind of expand it a little bit. Individual Computers owns the Commodore brand. Okay, they're a little bit better with it. So that's the guys who make Turbo Chameleon and stuff, isn't it? Uh, oh, they have a license to use it. Okay, yeah, it's such a minefield. It really is. But I mean, yeah, I mean they're within their rights to do what they want with the brand, really. So we can't complain too much, but it does get a little bit frustrating when you see things like Amiga OS being stunted because people like Coanto refuse to allow people to advance the OS. Um, it's yeah. whatever. I don't want to get into it too much. I do get annoyed with things like this, so I don't want to start ranting about things. I've had my rant about the kids outside today. Oh my god, I called them kids. I am old. Jesus. That's it. That's it. I need to buy a pipe and slippers now, don't I? Yeah, so all I'm doing here is just changing this level to be um, a different tile set to kind of get rid of that penis kind of thing that everybody keeps saying. So hopefully this does the trick. Oh, that's the wrong platform. Damn it. There's a gap here. There shouldn't be gaps here. So agree. That's the one. There we go. There we go. No gap, no gap. That's fine. That's fine. And then we need platforms here. But yeah, Disenchantment, really good, really good. If you've not watched that, definitely watch it. Really, really good. Um, the amount of times I've had to go and look up who is playing which parts in that because you will just recognize voices in it. Like Matt Berry is an obvious one. I mean, you can't once you know who Matt Berry is, it's impossible to hear his voice and not recognize him. He's got such a distinctive way of saying things. Um, but then, like Bender is in it, so John DiMaggio, who plays Bender in Futurama, is in it because obviously it's by the same people. He plays the king, and every now and again he'll say something where you'll go, "Oh, that sounded like Bender." And in fact, in one episode, he says, "Bite my shiny metal axe," which is just, I love it. So good. Great show, anyway. Yeah, I've just started season 3 now, so I'm slowly getting there with it. But it's so good. It's such a fun show to watch. Um, and it seems the natural progression from Simpsons and Futurama. So it's done present day Simpsons, Futurama in the future. So Disenchantment seems perfect. The kind of medieval fantasy world. Hooker elves, yeah. Well, Kissy is a bit of a hooker elf, isn't she? Uh, so yes, it does have hookers in it. I think pretty much. Okay, let's save this level now. I'm not going to change this level other than this. I'm going to leave the because this level has been tested so many times. I'm just going to leave it as it is, really. Um, what is it called? It's called Falling Heart version 1. I don't know. Again, I don't know who did this level. So if you did this level, please let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go and look through all my details to find out who did it. For now, I'll just call it 04, like so, and export it. I will give this a quick test, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be fine because we've seen this many, 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 many times. This level has been displayed like constantly. Who did the knob level? I don't know, but it's not a knob level anyway. Keeps being recommended to me also. Yeah, it's really I've been putting it off because I thought it was just going to be kind of a bit lame, and then I don't know why I thought it was going to be a bit lame because I've enjoyed everything Matt Groening's done anyway. So it's I don't know why I thought it was not going to be great, and I've been pleasantly surprised. So yeah. This is the yeah. This is the problem, isn't it? This is the problem with a lot of old trademarks is that it can become so fragmented that multiple people think they own it, and it's hard to prove otherwise. So you just kind of left with a situation where you either have to pay both of them or pay none of them, and and hope that none of them stand up. So it's a difficult. It's the same with a lot of game licenses as well. There's a lot of like retro game licenses that people don't know who owns it, and some of the trolls. I mean, so the guy who did the C64 and the C64 Mini, or one of the people behind it anyway, is a bit of a is a bit of a trademark troll like that. There was a big fuss over him and the Horace IP. He was claiming that he bought the Horace IP, but actually, when you look at the records, it doesn't. It's not really clear that he owns it or if he even owns it at all. Okay, there's a mismatch in the level platforms here, so we need to sort those out. Which is one of the reasons I kind of boycotted the C64 and the C64 Mini. That and the fact that they're not very good machines either. They're basically just Pi Zero emulated machines, but worse because you can't put other stuff on them. The only good thing about the C64, the big one, is that it's got a keyboard with it. But other than that, they're not great. So, oh, okay, there was a oh, that was interesting. I kind of went behind the door then. I'm not sure why. I'm going to check that again in a minute, but I kind of went behind the door. I need to change the platforms here. They're wrong. So it's this one. Not that one. That one. Sorry. Okay, save the original level. So I just want to test that again. It looked like I went behind the door, and I shouldn't be going behind the door at all. I should always be in front of things. So I'm going to give that another quick test. It could be a general problem, in which case definitely to sort it out. Also, while I'm at it, I'm just going to import all the other levels down here, just so I can see how much memory they take up as we go. Doesn't matter if I include them up here, as long as they're imported down here. So we do this as we go along, and then we have an idea of how much memory these levels are taking up. Then, shit, did I export that? I don't know if I exported that. Export level. Yeah, it's exported now. That's why we skipped completely to go that route. But yeah, I think the Mega 65 is a really cool name for it. I think one of the things I'd like to see is games use the kind of the way Nintendo used the word super. So you'd have like, for instance, like Turrican was called Super Turrican on the SNES and so on. We've got the word mega. It'd be really good to just put the word mega in front of some games just for the hell of it. Because one of the things that did is it made it seem like their versions were better than everybody else's. So, thanks for the follow, Create ID, created, and thank you for the follow, and thank you Warlock for reminding me of that follow, because I always miss these things, especially when I get chatty like this. Once I've had a drink, I start chatting shit for quite a while. Oh my god. Oh. It's not that easy, this game, There's some real tricky situations you can get into. How do I get that one now? Is it going to come this way? It's going to come this way. Where's it going to go? There we go. Sweet. Oh, in front of it there. Okay. I'll make a note of that bug. I don't know why that happened, but Sprite priority bug. So we'll do another bug fixing stream next week. I think there's probably only 3 or 4 more streams. 2, 3, 4 streams. Not a lot. I think we can finish this in February. Be done with it, and then we just need to play test it a little bit. So, a bit buggered for Mario World when they already called it Super. Yeah. Megalomania. Oh god, remember that game was amazing. Oh, what did I play that on? I think I played that on the Amiga or It might have been the Mega Drive, actually. No, it was the Mega Drive. Yeah, it was the Mega Drive because I remember somebody else playing it on the Amiga, and at the time I only had a Mega Drive, but I found that you could get it. I could rent it from the video shop back when video shops were a thing. Oh, some more levels. Thank you, Mr. G. Awesome. Yeah, I think it was from Blockbuster. I think it probably was Blockbuster where I rented it out. But yeah, it was freaking amazing, that game. I loved it. Um, it had a really soothing voice announcing certain things. Like I can't remember what it was, but there was definitely stuff in there. Renting videos, granddad. Yeah, shut up. You probably rented Betamax videos, Andy. I didn't show the basic spiral code. No, I did not. I will. There was an awful lot to go through, but if anybody wants to share the code that they've done in the channel, please do so. In fact, I encourage you to do so, because there's some amazing entries here. I just didn't have time to do them all, unfortunately. So I just went through the top 5 kind of briefly. It still took an hour. um, we couldn't afford a video. We were poor, and it was black and white anyway. um, I will put all the 5 winners and the code for the 5 winners. If the code that I have, plus my own, I'll stick my own in there as well into a zip and share it on the channel. If you weren't in the top 5 and you do want to share it, please do share it. There is a lot to be learned for everybody from these things. So please please go ahead and share it in the channel. Oh wow, it looks like you guys are already chatting away about it anyway. Yeah. uh, I'm colorblind. I hate snooker and Candy Crush. Yeah. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, I didn't show any basic entries. I just briefly mentioned that Deft got the quickest, the smallest one, and that was it. Um, yeah, when my first home computer was well, actually no, my first home computer was a grandstand thing that had like 4 built-in games. They were all variations on a square being batted from one side of the screen to the other. Um, but then my first kind of one that had like interchangeable games was an Atari 2600. And I only had a black and white TV to play that on. So for ages, I just played it on a black and white TV and thought nothing of it. And then when I first saw it in color, I was like, "Oh my god! Oh wow! Why's that happened?" Oh damn it! What's that? What if I just made small now? Oh no! Everything's going wrong. Eh, no! Shit! Oh, I'm making a mess of this now. Oh my god! Hang on, hang on. Now, what have I messed around with here? What is that? Giveaway stream elements. Okay, that goes there. You can see right on my nose. Okay, I'm pretty sure I've broken loads of stuff here now. It's done that a few times. I don't know why it does that. Uh, if you use a USB Apple keyboard on the board, we'll have to return it. An Apple keyboard probably won't work. So those who have won this, I unfortunately I won't be sending a keyboard because it makes shipping a bit awkward, and I'm still not going outside. So all my shipping is done in a way that it can be collected from me easily and cheaply. Adding a keyboard into that is going to be a nightmare. I will send a VGA cable if you need one. I know Andy doesn't. He's already sent me a message to say he doesn't need one. But I will send a VGA cable to Crazy UK. Monsters Go Boom will have to source their own cable and keyboard. The keyboard I'm using is this one. It's about £10 on Amazon, uh, and that works absolutely fine with it. Um, I mean, try it with the Apple keyboard. It'd be good to know if it does work. Um, Obviously, if we can get a list of all the keyboards that do work, that would be really useful, actually. But the HP 1500, K1500 definitely works. But to put it into perspective as well, not every cheap keyboard works. So this is a £7 keyboard from Amazon, and this doesn't work. So just beware that not every cheap keyboard will work. So. But if you want to try it, I'd be really interested to know actually if the Apple keyboard does work, because it would be good to. I think it would be good to have a list of keyboards that do work. So, um, okay, so that map works. Let's do another map then. So let's increase this here. So we're just going to keep adding these levels in as we go along, see how much memory we start taking up. So we're going to do 4 here. I'm going to stick 5 here. So now we've got 6 levels in, or we will have when we've imported the next one. Frosty Climb. Okay, so let's have a look at this level, see if there's going to be any problems with this. So there is a platform here that isn't continued over here. So either this platform needs removing or it needs extending to here. What I'm going to do actually is I'm going to extend it so it kind of matches this side. Okay, so let's do that first. I like the colors. Everything else seems pretty nice about this level, actually. Does need some power-ups in here. There's no power-ups. Okay, let's sort the platform out first. Okay, so oops. Okay, so this is one of these platforms. So this needs to go across here like that, and then have the top pieces on like that. Right, there we go. So now that's matching on both sides. So that's good. There's no infinite drop through. Everything will land on a platform if it falls eventually. Let's have a look at the walk routine. So walk routine is going to walk this way down here. I mean, in this area seems to be safe actually. Uh, yeah, yeah. Okay, so that is safe. So these 2 platforms that these are on are safe at the moment. This platform seems safe, but we've got 4 flyers and 4 cola bottles. So actually, this is probably okay. So let's insert. Let's take the cola bottles out here. Let's insert one of those in. Let's stick 4, and let's keep this quite a small level. We might need to go through some of these levels and add some extra enemies in, because I noticed most of them have quite small enemy counts. Sorry, just keep up with the chat a little bit. An Apple mouse. Wow. Uh, 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 Oh, that's something I wanted to ask. I don't know, AD. I don't know if yeah, you are there. Okay. With the Nexus, so obviously one of the big differences um, between using this and using a real Mega 65 is obviously you don't have all the peripherals support that you would have had you got a normal dev kit. So you don't have a C65 keyboard, joystick ports, and things like that. Obviously, you can get the widget board that goes with this, but that is an additional cost on top, and you will have to build that yourself. Although I'm looking at potentially supplying a few of those as well at some point, cost permitting. So what I wanted to know is it possible to plug a joystick into the USB slot and use it as like as a C64 joystick? I mean, does it have HID joystick support, HID joystick support? or is that something would have to be added manually? That's it, really. That's my question. Um, I know there's a lot of these like expansion ports on, so I'm guessing it could be added through those anyway. So I'm no, I'm very that's not fair, Cosmin. How dare you? I'm very proud of the fact that so many people entered with basic entries. The basic entries were pretty much always going to come at the bottom. They're just unfortunately basic isn't very efficient at doing these sort of things. I'm very impressed that people managed to do it in the bytes that they did it in, though. I mean, anything I think anything under 300 bytes or so is probably decent for that piece of code. So the fact that Def managed to do it in 120 is very impressive indeed. So uh, yeah, not at all, not at all. I think the basic entries are good to the point where I want to actually reward those people and do a basic a basic competition next. I think that's definitely going to be the case. Um, Okay, you would need to add it manually. Okay, you still could use a key RAF as well for joystick. Not the best solution, but quite laggy. But so I check with Borrow going Nexus USB joystick. Yeah, I just wonder. I just wonder because I'm guessing this is just normal human interface device um, kind of drivers, and that's what's being done on it. It might be possible somehow to connect that up to the joystick ports. I don't know. It probably needs to be Paul probably does need to do it through the bit stream, but yeah. But yeah, if you are interested in the basic entries, please ask those who did enter basic to add it into the into the Discord channel and take a look at them there. It's an impressive feat in itself to be able to do this in basic as well. So I'm definitely not taking anything away from those guys who've done that. And as I say, the next competition will be in Basic 10, so you will have to download the emulator, use the emulator, which will be really good for LGB as well, because I'm sure you guys will be reporting bugs to him left, right, and center as well. Um, uh, Save it here. Yeah, Frosty Climb. I don't know who's doing this. I'm just going to call it 5XX, and we're going to export this. So I'm going to do about another hour of this, just kind of updating these maps. It's kind of slow progress, but we're getting there slowly. Um, and then I'm going to call it a night at about 2:30, and then we'll do back to normal streams Tuesday and Thursday. We're going to do Game Boy on Tuesday. Really, things are moving quite quickly now uh, with the Game Boy publishing side of things. So Jamie at Bitmap Soft has been putting a lot of effort into getting the box art sorted out. So we've got somebody working on the box art for the Game Boy game. He's also done some research into the cartridges as well. So we've got a test cartridge coming soon that I can test a flash of to make sure that works. So I really want to kind of get the game to a state where we can put it up for pre-orders really. So um, take care, Cosmin. Thanks for joining. See you again soon. Uh, do you know anything about dot files on Linux? I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Why does the chicken song keep coming up? I think what we're going to do next week on next Saturday stream. So we'll do some bug fixing on next Saturday stream, but then I'm going to try and do at least one part of the week every week on Mega 65. Oh, the hidden files. I see. Oh, dot. Ah, I see. Dot files. Right. Okay, that makes sense now. Yeah, the dot hides them. Yeah. Yeah. So I think next weekend, what I'll do is at around about midnight, I'll switch over to Mega 65 and I'll do some Mega 65 stuff. Um, I mean, the good news is Stoker is happy to do art for the game. Um, there's also Tega from the Mega 65 team, kind of the Discord group who did the Mega 65 connected to this tool here. He's managed to get in contact with another artist who may who seems kind of slightly interested as well. So if he's interested, um, then he might end up doing some bitmap work for it as well. So things are kind of moving along quite quickly there. So I'm hoping by next week we'll have something we can start putting together. I've got some other contacts who I can't really say about right now, but some other contacts who are helping me kind of manage the project a little bit and provide a musician. Um, so things are moving quite well. I just need to get the engine up to scratch. I mean, it's looking pretty good though. So I need to get compression on the disk stuff though, because at the moment it's loading stuff uncompressed, which is really inefficient. So all right, let's try this out. Oh, cool. Yeah, that would be really good. I believe it's working with the emulator mostly as well now, so it would be good to see that kind of thing. Obviously, the more kind of people use the system, the better it's going to be when it finally gets released. You just got to remember that it is work in progress, so you've got to be able to deal with things changing and things being broken. The team are doing a really good job. In all areas of kind of dealing with these bugs and issues very quickly indeed. So you don't have to wait long for fixes to happen. And there's something kind of nice about having a bug um, when you report a bug in something like the Mega 65 and it's kind of resolved. Oh, I shouldn't have grabbed that. It's kind of resolved immediately, kind of based on something you said. There's something kind of nice. It feels nice to be in that situation. How do I get to that then? Do I have to go this way? Oh man, how do I get to that? Oh, there we go. How many more levels are needed for this? I've got quite a lot now. I think we're probably going to have to trim some of the levels out. Let's have a look. So I put 6 levels in. Uh, so not scrolling. Oh, hang on. Let's close that. Okay, that's not bad. So 6 levels take. So they're taking just under a page each. So this is like 4.5 pages for 6 levels. We've got a bit of extra room here. I think we're going to be able to move this transition thing into the map buffer. I'm just going to save another kilobyte. It means we can probably move this intro text from here to somewhere else. 9A 32. We've got about, looking at this, we've got about 40 pages on top of what we've got now. So we've probably got room for 50 levels or so. So actually, yeah, just keep putting them in. 40 is the target. Yeah, if we can get to 40 levels, I'll be happy. If we can get fit more in, then all the more the merrier. But we do need to put a game complete sequence in, and we do need to put the intro text in. They're the two big things that are still missing. So, are you the only person that doesn't know the chicken song? Probably, yeah. It's a kind of, I think it's kind of a British thing. It was from Spitting Image, so that's why. Oh, good night, Crazy UK, and congratulations again. Um, duh, 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 duh. Finally, Tessie needs to go high, not low. Yeah, I think the basic. So I'm going to do a basic challenge next month, and it's really just going to be. It's going to be a kind of. Um, it will probably be something along the lines of create a small game in Basic 10. So kind of like the Cassette 50 competition, but using a Mega 65. Um, there will be almost no limitations on it. It will just be make something. And as long as I can deem it to be a game, then it's a valid entry. And this is going to do two things. First of all, it's going to give us, it's going to get you guys excited about it. It's going to get you guys using the emulator, using Basic, um, which is really cool. But also, it's going to give the Mega 65 team some more programs to use and use as benchmarks as well. So obviously, the more software we get on the system, the better the emulator can be, the better the system itself can be, the more optimal they can make the basic. The more targets they've got to test things against, the better. So if I can get you guys to spend a month just making something, you only need to make one thing, one game in basic. Um, I think that's what the challenge will be. I'll announce it in the next in this coming week anyway, and give you some details on how to do it. But everybody who enters and creates a game will be eligible to win one of the devices. Um, so there won't be any nobody will be there'll be no judging of the entries. So yeah, very well described. Yeah, no problem. I think it's a good idea, right? Wouldn't you agree, AD? I think it's if we can get I had 24 entries for this competition this time round. If we can get half of that, so if you get 12 people just create something in Basic 10 that works in the emulator, it's going to give LGB something to kind of to some more stuff that runs in the emulator, which is always going to help him out anyway, and it's going to give some more programs that we can just test on the machines. And what I will do is I'll probably, when we go through when we do the prize draw, I'll probably run everything on the real machine, so you get to actually see it run on a real machine as well. um and it just gets more people interested in Basic 10, because Basic 10 is very cool. So uh, I don't know how you would save. I mean, I've not even looked at that, how it would save. And I'm just guessing you can just save to a virtual disk like you can on the real machine. So yeah, if you want to get a head start on that, like I say, go to the forum links that AD has posted, or go to our Discord. Check at the top of the Mega 65 channel. There are links to the manuals up there. You should be able to download. I think. Let me see if I can find the basic manual here. I think I've got it. Hang on. Uh, Developer guide, is it in this one? Might be in this one. No, that's the C library. Okay, it is in here somewhere. I know it is. There is the full book, and the full book has everything in it. And you'll see in here. Oops, just press the right keys. Oh, why is that not? There we go. You see, look, it's got all the instructions in here. Basic 10 command reference. So you've got a full command reference for Basic 10, so you can see exactly what you can do in here. And you've got nice stuff as well, like setting the background color. You don't need to poke D020 anymore. Um, and also with this challenge, I would encourage people to talk to each other. Don't it's not you can save to mount a D81. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's not going to be secretive like the last competition. I would recommend everybody to join together. Don't tell me it does have sound and graphics. Hang on, let me find. There you go. Box draws a box. Uh Bump, what's that one? Oh, text sprite collision as well in there. There's all sorts in here. Circles. So he's got graphics drawing commands. I believe there is sound commands as well. I can't remember what they were, but I'm sure I've seen them in there somewhere. Let's have a look in the. Uh, Yes, sound. There we go. So you can say play a sound, yeah, all sorts. So it's really, really, really good compared to what you're used to. Sprites as well. You got sprite control in here as well. So much easier. You shouldn't need to be poking stuff at all, really. The only things you really probably want to poke is and again you can ask this in the channel, is to turn on 40 megahertz mode, um, which I think is poke 0, let's say 63 or 64, something like that. um, I can't remember the exact value. To be honest, I've got it set up in my assembly and I don't touch it again. So, um, but yeah, I think that's what the competition is going to be. I'm not going to sign onto it just yet. I think that is what it will be. So if you want a head start, just learn a little bit of Basic 10. It almost definitely will be Basic 10. It's probably going to be write a small game in Basic 10. That's it. But I will confirm for sure sometime during the week. So. Um, and then maybe we'll mix it up and do a music challenge at some point and get somebody to write a piece of music for the Mega 65, because the Mega 65 has an incredible Genlock command in Basic 10 clearly in Amiga. Oh yeah, you're reading through the manual now. Well, you've already won one, Andy. You can kind of relax now. Challenges are just for fun for you now. You, Crazy UK, and Monsters Go Boom can just chill out now. Just chill out. Okay, so map 5 is fine. Okay, let's add more in. So I think we can add quite a lot of levels in here. You know, I think we're going to get to 50 quite easily. And the compression is only run length encoding here. I mean, I could probably improve this further by using a LZW compression or something, but honestly, there's probably not that much use to it. Yeah, John, actually, do you want to post a link, ADTBM, to your Discord? You'll probably get quite a lot of people join, but it might be worth doing, because there's a lot of really useful information on there, a lot of very clever people on there as well. If you want to know more about the machine, it's the place to go and ask. And hang on, let me see if I can link it, or AD can link it. I don't know. I keep calling you AD. I don't know if your first name is Adrian or AD or whatever, but I keep calling you AD because your name is ADTBM, so you're going to be called AD from now on. There you go. So if you join that Discord, loads and loads of really helpful people on there. I'm sure they're going to get spam now from that, but there's a section on there for C65 ROM, which I guess is where maybe it needs a basic section on there actually as well. Coding basic. There you go. There's SP. Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, it might be worth splitting the coding channel into coding and coding basic. Just a little bit of a word there as well. A little bit of a suggestion there to those in control of the Discord. Take care, Warlock. Take care. Good to see you on the stream, and congratulations on your 364 interviews. Very good. But yeah, I expect if we do a basic competition, there's going to be a lot of questions start getting asked in that channel. So probably worth having that in place. But cool, yeah. Please, if you're not already in the Discord for Mega 65, please do join it. I will share the link to the Discord again when I do the challenge notice on the in the monthly giveaway channel. I will update with the Discord channel Discord link on there as well, so everybody can get in and get the information they need. Cool. Right. Okay. Let's do map 6 then, which is what I need to work on now. So let's load that one up. So we're up to this. Map 6 is actually map 7 in terms of volume count, but yeah, it's looking pretty good. Let's load. Okay, honeycomb. Okay, the only problem is these bits here. It's the pink, isn't it? It's the pink that kind of looks bad. Let's just make these flat platforms. So let's just get rid of this piece here. So I'm really conscious about this, the penis look to the levels now. Can't stop thinking that that's what everybody sees when they see this. So let's get rid of those. So I was just reading the Discord, just reading what Crazy wrote before he wow, anyone best get brushing up on my 6502. My last release on the C64 was in 1986. You'll be absolutely fine, I'm sure. Uh it's really good. I've totally lost Carl Henry's links also for his code. Let me it should be on it should be in the channel somewhere. Just scroll back on the monthly giveaway. It's in that lot somewhere. Just scroll back. There you go. That's Carl's. I think the most surprising thing with the spiral was that I honestly thought when I looked at the way people were doing it, and when I looked at doing it myself the first time, I honestly thought doing it the way Carl was doing it would end up being bigger every single time. But what Carl, I think, managed to do, and I still need to read through his explanation of it, what I think he managed to do was find a way to just use exclusive OR to flip numbers between the values he needed. So he didn't have to have loads of counters everywhere. He just had a single number that he could just keep morphing into the value he needed. And that kind of got rid of the what I thought was going to be huge tables for things. So actually really clever how he'd done it. I honestly thought the winning entry was going to be the way most people did it, which was the turtle kind of single line drawn from the outside in. So it was really refreshing to see that done in a completely different way. Okay, so we've got 4 of these flyers, 5 of these things, but no, people keep forgetting to put the bonuses in. I mean, I don't tell them to, so it's probably why. So stick a bonus in. Otherwise, it looks pretty good. The levels line up. Everything is kind of symmetrical, not symmetrical, mirrored on the edges. Oh, there's a little bit of an error here on this piece here. Let me change that. So this is using tile set 2, is it? 4, okay. Just needs a piece like that on the edge. Oh, no, not that one. It needs that one. There we go. Oh, also, these pieces down here look wrong. Need to either delete them or fix them. And the platform tops here look wrong as well. I don't know why they look wrong. They shouldn't be. Oh yeah, they are wrong. You see the tops of these platforms? They should be this, not this. So let's find that. There we go. So let's just put these in place. But other than that, the level looks pretty decent. It could do with a bit of decoration around the back, in the background. I'm gonna go with these diamond shapes because they kind of match the level. I'm not going to put too many in. I'm going to keep quite low on the count, just because of the compression. is run length encoding, and this will help it if it's a bit less. That looks fine. I'm going to change the color though. Actually, everyone seems to go for pink for that. I kind of like red here. That looks kind of nice. Oh, we need to fix these though. Okay, so let's fix those pieces. So they need to be some pieces like this kind of. No, not like that. Oh, I thought that would have been the right. Wait, what's going on here? Is it something completely different here that I'm not realizing? Somebody managed to cheat the system here a little bit. Yeah, they have. Oh no, no, they haven't. Okay, see, look, this is correct. So that's the kind of pattern it needs to be up here. So it's a green, blue. Is it that one? No. How does that work? Green. Oh, like no. Where is it? There's a piece. There's going to be a piece in here somewhere which fits this perfectly, and I can't figure out where it is. So where's that piece? That's what I'm looking for. Ah, there it is. No. Oh, it's because of the it's because of the diagonal nature of these. Okay, okay. So they don't work. They need to be removed. Okay, that's fine. That'll do. Turtle, copyright. Okay. Uh, will you be able to help me with a config for PyCom a composite for? Not really. No. I mean, you might be on the wrong channel for asking for those sort of things. This is very much about retro coding, unfortunately. Sorry. Okay, honeycomb. Again, I don't know who's done this level, so I'm just going to put XX, call it 06. There we go. Now that we've had our appetizers, a real challenge. I think most people could probably drop a couple of bytes now. The biggest mistake I saw was people used as I said, people used the stack to start the program, but then didn't think to push the clear screen routine onto the stack as well, and so they wasted a byte with the jump to subroutine. That was definitely the biggest mistake that everybody missed. Well, not everybody, but a lot of people missed that. Um, and that was kind of there was three levels of this. There was the people who would figure out how to get into zero page. They had the biggest byte decrease by moving into zero page. Unfortunately, there was only three people who did that. It was me, Andy, and Carl who did that. And I want to say I got it in zero page before either of those sent me anything that was in zero page. So I was quite pleased with that. It was one of the things I managed to do as well. However, that wasn't entirely my own thought. That came from Paul from the Mega 65 team, who was originally trying to do that and couldn't figure out how to get it to work. And then I spent a bit of time and managed to get it to work. So the idea came from Paul, but I was the first one to get it in there. But then both Andy and Carl sent it me in zero page without me saying anything. So um, um, I think that the best thing about this has been that even if you didn't do well, you didn't come in the top five or whatever. I think the fact is that people still had to go and really, really look in detail at the memory map and still had to bring up the monitor invice and look for values in memory and stuff. And that's cool. That's exactly what this challenge was about. It was about getting people to do things they wouldn't have normally done and to learn things they wouldn't have normally learned before. So it was kind of nice. So I spent a day staring. Yeah, I did the same as well. I spent quite a long time looking at the zero page. I was determined to find the value 03FE in zero page, and it took me freaking ages to realize that that wasn't going to happen. However, the value 0400 is in zero page, and so for a while I had the screen lookup done with indirect Y, zero page indirect Y addressing from zero page to try and save a byte here and there until I realized I could just move the whole thing into zero page. Yes, yeah, 0004 was there. Yeah, exactly. Um, and actually, I did save a few. I shaved a couple of bytes off by moving stuff into indirect Y mode. But the problem is using that mode meant that I used the Y register, so I had to keep it. So there was always going to be some transferring. I think I ended up pushing some values onto the stack and pulling them back. Um, uh, 6502 Kebab learned some really useful lessons about the TXS instruction as well. I think originally he had because he's kind of new to 6502, but he's been learning it along with his stream. I think he originally thought that instruction just pushed the X to the stack, but what it actually does is set the stack pointer to the value that's in X. But what I realized when he did that was actually you can use that value as long as you don't do anything else for the stack. You can use it to push the X value kind of to the stack. You're storing it somewhere. You're actually, you're storing the X somewhere and returning it. Unfortunately, you can't use the stack in any other way when you do that. So, um, but it's just more proof that people learn things from this exercise. So, okay, that level worked absolutely fine. That was perfect. Right. So we've got 7 levels now, and we've still got, let's see, 7 levels is fitting into under 5 pages. Wait, that's 5, 5.5 pages for 7 levels. Less than 5.5 pages for 7 levels. In fact, let's have a look in the calculator. Let's do it this way. Whoops. Oh, that's interesting. It new. Okay, so we've got 567 divided by 7. So this is our average count at the moment for level size. Um, we've already got 7 levels in. We've got enough room here to do, let's say that's F100. So it would be 9A and a half. So 900. 900 divided by C5. All right, so 900. So we've got room for about another 53 levels, apparently. Can't argue with that. 53 levels is pretty decent. So that would give us 60 levels total. If we can get to 40, I'll be happy. Now can we have the same challenge on Game Boy Color? Wow. uh, you used X, Y, and stat for static values using, yeah, that was my problem as well. When I moved stuff over to the indirect index with Y, it did kind of ruin what I had in Y, and it meant that I had to kind of waste bytes doing other things like using the stack. You missed D0 to 7. So D7. Oh right, you mean registers in 6800? I see. Yeah, 68,000. Uh, you got a random request. Yeah, actually, after a while, it became apparent that actually the registers weren't the problem. The biggest problem was, for me at least, anyway, was that 16-bit addition. So having to actually clear the carry bit, that was the bit that was killing me. I spent so long trying to figure out how not to clear the clear the carry flag. And unfortunately, you couldn't do it, even though I could see a pattern with the carry flag. It was carry, carry, no carry, no carry, 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 no carry, no carry. I could see the carry flag toggling perfectly, but you couldn't use it in any useful way. You had to use the clear. Yeah, removing the clear does make a pretty pattern, and I think everybody got that same pattern. I think I saw at least 3 people post a screenshot of that. Um, and I could get rid of the clear by doing some other stuff, but it meant that the code was bigger anyway, so it didn't really save anything. So, okay, map 6 looks fine. So 5 and 6 are good. Okay, this is looking decent. Let's add some more on. So we're gonna do about another half an hour now, and then I'm gonna call it a night. It's been really good though tonight. I really do enjoy these giveaway streams. I love. I do this for the love of coding, for the love of kind of helping you guys learn stuff. I don't do it for the money at all. The fact that this channel makes money is great, and I like that. But I want to put all of that money back into the channel and into my stomach through the medium of wine. But mostly back into the channel. So the more I can do that, the better. So I really do appreciate everybody who subscribes, everybody who cheers bits, everybody who buys. It's same with itch.io as well. Any money I make from itch.io goes straight back into this as well. So if anybody's bought Dot Cosmos or the Christmas bundle or anything like that, it all goes back into the channel. I just want to. My aim this year, my number one aim, is to get as many people working with the Mega 65 as possible. I want the Mega 65 to absolutely kick the crap out of the Spectrum Next. I realize it's an uphill struggle, and I realize the Spectrum Net's got a really, really, really good head start. But I honestly believe the Mega 65 is the machine to beat it. I think it's really, really good. So I just want to keep putting stuff back into the channel, getting more and more people with the Mega 65, and hopefully 2021 yeah will be the year of the Mega 65, and 2022 will be the year that um everybody starts buying it for real. And we have a lot to give them, and we have a lot of talented devs on this channel, and if we can get just a fraction of them to do stuff on the Mega 65, I'll be very happy. So uh, uh, just want to say, I'm not saying that the Mega 65 will be out in 2022. I don't know when it will be out. It could be this year, could be next year, could be 10 years. I don't know. It hasn't been announced yet. So, um, oh, thank you very much for Trend. Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you for the bits. And even again with the game I'm doing for the Mega 65, not doing it for the money. I'm literally doing it because I want to give the Mega 65 a launch title. As far as I'm concerned, it's a free title that's just going to be supplied with the Mega 65, which is why finding an artist was kind of difficult, because it's not really a paid job. Um, uh, this is what we want as well. 2021 is exactly 30 years after Commodore. Oh, that would be amazing, wouldn't it? Yes, that would be good. If you can get it in time for Christmas, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. Yeah. Um, but yeah, there's some really good people on this channel. I think with the right motivation and the right kind of hyping up, which I'm trying to do every single stream now. I think we can definitely get some content on the machine. There's some really, honestly, the people behind the Mega 65 are super talented, super dedicated as well. They spend a lot of time on this thing, so um, it deserves to do well, and I think it will do well. Uh, okay, Magic Knight. Okay, so this level seems a bit basic. I'm not sure. I'm. This is an Andy one as well. I'm gonna skip this one, Andy, because it's not got a lot to it. It's kind of wrong on the edges, and I think it's going to be problematic with jumping and the pipes up here as well. So I'm going to leave that one. Uh, there's not many I'm going to skip, but there will be one. Okay. What, you wanted effort? Yeah, the tubes will break. What is this one? I'm going to skip this one as well. What is that one? That is Mr. G top jump. Oh, he was showing a bug. Okay, that's not important. Okay, and again, that's not important. Okay, that's. I think that's the ones in the main section here. Then I've got a ton that are in here. I'm going to add the two. So Zigzag has supplied a couple. I'm going to test this one out very quickly, which is one I did last time. And then we can move on. So yeah, there's lots of room to do additional levels. By the way, guys, so if you do want to supply some levels, please do. Plenty of space to add all these levels in. We need a lot more, I think. Not quite as many as I thought we had. So I'm just going to call this Shallan 01. Doesn't really have a name, but it's obviously mine. So yeah. On the next stream, we'll fix some bugs, I think, and then at 12 o'clock we'll do some Mega 65 stuff. Oh. Uh, Yeah, the that's a good point actually. The ZX Uno core is running on the Mega 65 now, so I'm guessing it won't be long before the is it TB Blue or whatever it's called, T Blue. The ZX Next core is running on there as well. There's definitely this is the other thing as well. If you are into writing cores for these things as well, that's another reason to kind of get on board with this. I think trying to do some kind of challenge based on writing cores might be a bit difficult, but obviously the more people write cores, then the more platforms are covered, and the more platforms are covered, the more interest this thing will get. Mm. And for those people who were saying, well, why would I get this over, say, a Commander X16? This is one of the reasons why you would get this over a Commander X16. So the Commander X16 has its own kind of cool things, and you can do it can do stuff, and it's fairly decent in the capabilities of the Vera FPGA that they've got set up. However, it runs on non-FPGA CPU. So that means the problem is you are stuck with a Commander X16 and nothing else. You cannot do anything else with it. The other problem is it's got no backwards. It's its own system. It doesn't have any retro compatibility with anything. So it's kind of this weird Frankenstein of machines that is using an FPGA for the graphics, but isn't using an FPGA for the CPU. So they've kind of taken some weird design decisions there, and it's kind of screwed up a little bit. I think the design of it is awful as well. I have to say, I'm sorry, but I've all the things that could run on a 6502 base chip. I have to say, the Commander X16 looks the worst out of them all. It just looks like a media PC. It looks like a media PC from the early 2000s. It's a shame. It's a shame because I think with a bit of thought, they could have made it a much better machine. I would have liked to have seen at least some kind of retro compatibility with C64 at the very least, but or even VIC 20, just something to give it more than just the one kind of system that it can do. It's a bit of a shame, really, but uh, also and I've said this before on the channel. I'm not a fan of certain people in the retro universe, and unfortunately, the number of people I'm not a fan of is growing. That are involved in the Commander X16 project is growing all the time. Um, with at least two of the main people that are involved in it, people I don't like. So it's another reason for me not to get involved. So it's a shame, really. It could have been better than it is, and I don't understand the decisions they've taken. Okay, that level seems to be fine. Let's do one more. Actually, we've got time for a few, I think. Let's do my other one. But let's not talk about that. And the thing is, as well, and this is the sad thing about it, because they're using a stocks. I think it's a 65816 they're using. I don't think they're using a CEO2. I think they're using a 65816, which is another variant of the 6502. Closer maybe to the PC engine than the Mega 65. But because they're using that, well, it wouldn't matter which of the 6502 variants that they use, because they're using that and not an FPGA. It doesn't run at great speeds. It runs at a kind of speed you would expect for the era, but it does it has the unfortunate side effect of meaning that it will be very easy to write a core for the Mega 65 or even for the ZX Next or the ZX Uno, that can run the Commander X16 core. So you have the option of either buying a machine that can only run the Commander X16, or you can run a machine that can emulate that machine. Well, not even emulate, but run the same core. Run a core well, it is it's hardware emulation. You can run a core which hardware emulates um, the Commander X16 as well. Also, don't get the the C2. Well, I think the C256. I kind of slightly prefer the C256. Um, it- I don't know if it's kind of biased because I'm not that keen on 8-bit guy. Um, and I kind of like what Stephanie's been doing with the C256, but I don't know if it's a little bit of kind of bias like that, but I do think I slightly prefer that. Also, it kind of looks nice. It's not thing. Yeah, I this is the thing. I don't know why these machines don't emulate at least one retro machine. I think that seems to be core to the success of these machines. This is why the Spectrum Next does so well, because it is a replacement for a Spectrum computer. If you've got a Spectrum 128 or you've got a 48K, you can replace that with a Spectrum Next and you can still play 99.9% of what you would play on a Spectrum on this Spectrum Next. And I think that's why the Mega 65 will do well as well, because you can play a lot of the stuff that you would play on the Commodore on the Mega 65. It has a C64 mode in it. You can do Go 64 and it will launch in C64 mode, and you can load C64 programs. That's why it will do well. And I think that's one of the areas that the Mega 65 team needs to make sure is spot on, because um it's going to be one of the things that gets compared very, very like for like with the Spectrum. They're going to go, well, the the ZX Spectrum Next runs Spectrum software and runs 99.9% of software, and they're going to compare that percentage to the percentage of C64 software the Mega 65 can run. And so that's what the competition is going to be there, I think. Which is another reason I want to make decent software for it, because if we get more software for it, it will take the focus off how well it emulates or how well it can run original C64 software, and it will become a thing of its own. And that's one area where I think the Spectrum Next has suffered, in that it doesn't have these amazing. Hang on, what's that? Shall I need to load. Oh, open. Okay, damn it. This is where I think the Spectrum Next suffers, in that it's got really good backwards compatibility, but what it doesn't have is a really good first party library set of games. It doesn't have all the games seem like they seem like homebrew. They don't seem like really top quality games. Nothing really stands out as an amazing game. Everything is just kind of slightly average. There's a handful of games that probably do stand up to that, but there isn't a lot. And there certainly wasn't anything at launch. So let's save this. Sorry, I'm chatting so much. So I think this is where the Mega 65 can do really well if it gets some really good launch titles. So the first thing people see when they see the machine is they can see amazing quality titles that stand, because I think a really good title on the Mega 65 will kick the crap out of anything on the Spectrum Next. I honestly think the machine is incredible. I think it's once I get my engine up and running, I think it's going to be on a close to maybe an A1200, maybe a little bit more in some cases, and maybe a little bit less in others. It's going to be like an AGA Amiga, basically, um, with better sound. Anyway, let me source. No, I'm talking so much. I'm getting lost in what I'm doing. Here we go. Here we go. Shannon 02. So let's put 8 on here. Let's put this on here. So yeah, I think a really good Mega 65 game will make people realize, oh, actually, this is an amazing machine. So, and also everything you've seen me do with my game engine, I'm gonna open source. It's all going to be free for people to use. So what I'm trying to do is create a library of code that will allow people to use this kind of layered system. Will allow them to use 192 sprites, 48 per line. All the disk loading stuff, it'll all be built into a nice little library, so you don't really have to do very much to get up and running. And you'll be off. So yeah, and this is the Mega 65 has, not only does it have SIDS, it also has DMA audio sample player as well. So you are able to play mod music. So you can play any music that you can play on the Amiga, you can play on the Mega 65. Plus you have 4 SIDS at the same time as well. So you've got 4 SIDS, you've got DMA music. I don't know how many SIDS need to be used for that. I don't know how that works in conjunction. But I believe they're also putting OPL2 in there as well. So you'll have OPL2 sound as well. So you have kind of really decent sounding kind of MIDI samples almost. It's going to be incredible. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Orphanex. Welcome to the stream. Just coming to the end though now. I've got about 10 minutes left. OPL2, I believe. Don't quote me on that. I haven't seen anything using it yet. I don't even know if it's enabled. But I believe OPL is kind of, you get similar sounds to like the sound banks you used to get. Yeah, it's yeah, exactly. IBM PC. There we go. Yeah, so it's like the sound banks you used to get for MIDI stuff. So um stream died. No, it's working for me. Not got any drop frames. I think it's OPL2. From what I remember, it is OPL2. So if you think back to kind of late 90s kind of PC audio, that's kind of the sort of, that's what OPL is. It's a Yamaha chip. I think it's based on I think that a lot of the MIDI stuff that used to happen was using the OPL chip. I lost stream, you still there? Yes, I am. Can you see chat at all? I don't think you can see chat. Just tell him. There we go. Yeah. From what I recall from the OPL, it's got a very unique synthesizer sound, but I'm pretty sure they used it in the early sound fonts for MIDI on PC as well. So a lot of the kind of the classic MIDI sounds you remember from like Windows 95, Windows 98, I'm pretty sure they were all using OPL type sounds. I might be wrong though. I might be wrong. That's coming from like almost 30-year-old memory there. So I was very young at the time. Okay, I think that is exported. So this is going to be my last. It wasn't exported, but let's do it. This is going to be my last one. I'm going to test this, and then I'm going to call it a night, I think, because I've just descended into chatting about Mega 65 now. Yeah, and Adlib was super quality sound. I remember being jealous of people that had Adlib cards. So actually, Mute sent me. So he's one of the devs that's been doing a lot of really cool stuff on the Mega 62. Did the solitaire that we tried to play last stream. Um, he sent me some mod player code as well. So um, which I need to test out at some point to see how it works with my engine. I'm thinking it's probably all right, but oh, this is the oh, okay. I like this level just because it's a little bit ridiculous. So this is one of the cases where I think infinite drop through is probably all right because you kind of need to take a jump and oh my god, it's actually really hard to do though. But this is a lot like the level on Parasol Stars, which does the same thing. Uh, this would be one of the later levels, I think. I'm going to leave it in anyway. It's interesting. Whether or not it gets kept, I don't know. But it could work. Okay, I think. Tested an infinite drop level. Yeah, so it was testing the infinite drop, but also saying that some levels it kind of makes sense because there is a level like this on Parasol Stars where things drop forever, and you have to jump into the stream if you like to grab things. I'll leave it in there. I mean, it probably needs rethinking slightly, but I like the concept behind it because it's difficult. So I'll leave it in there. All right, so that's 9 levels. Let's do another calculation again. So we're using 9 levels, and that's fitting here. Okay, so it's 6F3. Thank you for the follow, jcarey98. Welcome to the stream. It's really down to the last 3 or 4 minutes though now. Just doing a quick calculation to work out how many levels I can fit into this game, and then I'm going to call it a night. Uh, oops, 6F3. Okay, and that's how many levels was that? 9. C5. That is our average. That is definitely the average that we've got. Let's have a look how much map space we've got left over. Okay, the intro text is flowing over slightly, so let's say 9A and then 27B0. Let's go with that. 27B0 divided by C5 gives us 51 plus the night. Yeah, 60 levels. It looks like 60 levels is going to be how many we have. It'd be good if we could get 64. Yeah, that would be nice. Uh, As I say, we can improve the compression uh, by removing some of the patterns. So if well, I'll show you now, right? So if I export this level, which I've already done actually, so let's just grab the exported level. So here's the exported level. It's 192 bytes. So if I just remove some of the patterns here, uh, like that, maybe like that. Oh, for some reason I can't see. I can't see. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay. Oh, why has it gone to here? Okay. And is that the latest one? I'm kind of doubting that's the latest one now, but let's try it. This is a Venga boss, for God's sake. So yeah, if I just remove a few of these patterns in here, that one there you go. Thanks for the follow, Cesium133. Welcome to the stream. We're just about to finish though, so I think what I might do actually, because I do feel a little bit sad that I didn't look at the basic entries so much. So I think Gray's got a good point there. I may on the next stream, so I'll do it on the Thursday stream though. I may go through some of the basic entries. I'll have a look at the entries and go through some of the clever stuff as well, because I do think in order to get these things down to the byte levels that you got them to, they had to be pretty smart anyway. I just never really looked at them in any detail because they weren't ahead of everything else. So I'm not guaranteeing it, but I may have a look on Thursday at those. Right, so let's have a look. So this was 190, 100 and 192. Wait, and now it's 171. So you see, by taking out a couple of those, I've extended the length of these and ended up saving 21 bytes. But so by removing a couple of the stars, I've saved 21 bytes. So there's things we can do to reduce those down a little bit. So that's pretty good. Um, Okay, I think I'm going to call it a night there, guys. It's been really, really good. I've really enjoyed giving away the things tonight. Thank you to Five Sprites so much for the donation of 2 of these boards. That's over £400 worth of boards. So he's a really, really cool guy. Everybody thank him. I know I certainly will be doing for the next couple of months. That's for sure. Congratulations to everybody who won tonight. Thank you for the insane amount of time and effort you guys put into that challenge. I definitely would not have expected um, those kind of levels of dedication to it when I started doing it. So thank you very much for that. Let me find someone to raid. Who's on? Who's on? That's Gregor. Oh my god, they've got quite a large people on. Let's. God, I don't know who to raid here. What's Cheeseball playing? Mortal Kombat. Anyone got any ideas for anyone to raid? Let's have a look. One of these days I'll get 6502 SM. You will, I promise. You will definitely get it, I promise. I need to add more channels to my raid list. I don't know anybody who's playing C64 right now or anything. I guess Cheeseball is the closest we'll get. He's playing Mortal Kombat on what is probably going to be a Mega Drive or a SNES, I guess. I can't actually tell. Let's just raid Cheeseball. Okay, thanks, guys. So we'll be back on Tuesday for a Game Boy stream. I'm going to try and get those levels sorted out. Oh, I've already started on Cheeseball now. That's a shame. Amiga Live playing Parasol Stars. Damn it. No, I will. I've started it now. I will continue it on Cheeseball. I'll have to add Amiga Live for my to my raid list for next time. Okay, thanks, guys. I shall see you all on Tuesday. Praise be the spiral.